Yo, drywall fans, streamers, it's PewDiePie here, and I just
And
want
I'm
to say,
Marcus Johns.
dude, Marcus is my wingman. That's the first time I've ever used that phrase, and I'm not just saying that. That's actually the first time I ever used it. But anyway,
Hi, I'm Smiling White Man. I wear comfortable white people clothing so people don't get uncomfortable.
I'm glad you're here to make me feel good. Honestly, Marcus. So
Me and
it's we've been jailed because I did a stupid thing that the drywall channel's been jailed, but we're officially back.
Yo,
Oh God! Oh God!
drywall
But
fans.
it's ah. All right, sorry. That was totally a Toby freak out. Toby Turner won't ever come back. All right, I put him back in the crypt.
Toby Turner has left.
I put Toby in the crypt, and now we're starting we're starting the Drycast pre-show. I'm so glad to be streaming again on the fucking Drywall channel. It's been too long. It's good to be here with Marcus. Um, and also I should reveal now that this isn't. We're not gonna be recording the podcast for at least a little while. Um, but I just took a bunch of Adderall, so I'm sure that some original content will find its way in here. Wow, heart rate's going crazy now. Marcus, help me out.
Monster Energy.
Brilliant. Marcus Johns. I can't do it. I watched his
I,
video, man, and it was honestly one of the most disturbing things that I've seen in a while. But it wouldn't have been disturbing if I had never, you know, gone to college and smartened up.
dude, that video was legitimately scary. Like it seemed like he was like a clone of Stereotypes. Him and his girlfriend sitting there. It
Yeah,
was scary. It's really, really scary.
I'm thinking that. Well, let me see. This is great podcast material. When I said I had the show notes, I don't really have them, pretty.
So, oh,
No,
oh,
I have them.
okay.
I have them. I mean, I have ideas, but I'm gonna make them pretty.
I thought you were gonna say, well, when I said I had the show notes, well, I don't.
Well,
I lied.
yeah. So you have show notes for this episode, yeah. Okay, so I don't know if this was intentional or not, but it wasn't entertaining enough for me. So we're going through this video, this Mark video, and it's his first one, and he's with his girlfriend, and uh, I was about to say they have really weird, like couple voices, but I'm right there. I have that history, so I can't judge. But here's some things that were said. So we're talking about Marcus's favorite ice cream flavor. It's not chocolate. That's filthy. If I had to live with one flavor forever, it would be vanilla because it's always good. And I was just like, dude, don't sabotage yourself like that. Come on. He needs a PR guy. He needs me. He needs me. Marcus Johns needs me in his life. Honestly.
Like my coffee, bland. Like my ice cream, bland. I don't want flavor. Chocolate's too much. Grits teeth. Stays next to girlfriend.
Yeah, I just, you know, I really just want to be like, yo, it's time to donate. But fucking okay. So for my birthday, a friend from high school commented or posted on my wall an inside joke that we had, and then I guess someone that she knows. Well, actually, we're Facebook friends too, but I'm not sure if I know him. It's been a long time since high school, but I probably know him from high school. And he commented like, "Why would you put this on his wall?" And then she was like, "You're stalking me." And so I just popped in, and I was just like, "Yo, guys, no accusations, no stalking either. you need to go to drywall.ws. And they definitely took it seriously, and that was the funniest part, because I did have some messages exchanged about that, and I had to explain that it was a joke. I didn't actually have to explain it. I think they figured that out, but it was some real drama, like actually a real thing happening between them, and I was just like, you know, visit drywall.ws and
Donate.
donate. Hey,
You know, it's like fucked up that like that drama shit happened on your Facebook wall for your birthday.
oh, I don't give a shit. I told them that. Like I told them that like they can do whatever they want. It's entertaining. I laughed. I laughed at me mostly. Uh, yeah. So, but yeah, birthday stuff. Um,
I
he-
got you a gift.
God damn it, dude! I'm gonna have to get you a gift
You don't have to get me a gift.
for my birthday. I'm gonna get you a gift. I'm so glad it is. God, I've heard my laugh. Jesus Christ!
Happy
I need to work on
birthday,
this.
David. Here's $20. Buy me some Hennessy.
Oh man. Well, okay. So I went in to get the. This is interesting live show material. So I went in to get the truck inspected today, and I knew that there was an exhaust issue, right? And so I was like, "You're probably gonna have to fix that leak." And they come back like 20 minutes later, and the mechanic and was laughing, and he's like, "There's nothing left." Like. About the exhaust system. He's just like, there's nothing left of the exhaust system. And I was like, yeah, I know. And we both laughed about it. And then he was like, yeah, sorry, we don't do exhaust work. But just that phrase, like, there's nothing left. Like, I don't want to hear that from my mechanic. Like, Jesus.
Sorry, there's nothing there.
There's nothing for me on Earth anymore. Goodbye forever.
And then David actually did go upstairs.
Oh my god, I don't want to go upstairs. Fucking shit.
Another mixtape's made.
I don't want to make any more mixtapes. I just want to die.
Man, I've wanted to make a mixtape all day today, actually, and I don't have the right stuff set up, so I can't.
Yeah, well. Drycast is more important than real creativity. So, I'm going to hog all the mics.
I was literally just about to make Adderall Feast 4.
Oh, man.
Or Traps of Arcadia 2, which is the best mixtape cover I've ever made.
Have I seen that? I feel like I probably have. Yeah.
It's the one with the Bentley and like it's got a flag on the front and it's like flying over Houston.
Fly the flag of.
And then there's just like a Pyrex like measuring cup and then like a bunch of cocaine.
Never cough again.
Drink syrup so I don't cough.
I've got a cold. Where's the cocaine? Okay, so meth spore. Still the same username on Twitter or no? Oh shit.
Is he here?
My sister just texted me asking me, "Are you out having fun?" I'm gonna have to. I don't really know how to. No, I'm not.
I'm making a podcast.
All right. Well, it doesn't really matter. I can just ask him, but I was gonna catch up on some of his tweets. You know.
I don't think he's on Twitter on that username anymore, but he's got one for it's a musical project that's at Uzome.
Cool.
I don't know how to pronounce that.
I guess I shouldn't use the word meth spore anymore. Then that's insensitive.
It's like the best name on Twitter. Meth spore. Spore of meth.
I see the minute that I pull you in on podcast production, everything turns ultra serious, and I'm worrying about guests and Philip DeFranco's baby and
Nobody gives a shit about Philip DeFranco's baby.
Yeah, oh, I threatened to kill it last time, didn't I? Oh shit.
Yeah, you did.
And then I took that back, and then I threatened to kill it again.
So obviously you weren't actually sorry for doing that.
I hope it just doesn't get taken down again. You know, because I'm really high on Adderall right now, so that's why.
As long as we don't have any music, we'll probably be fine.
Yeah, the music comes later. I'm assuming, and I include copyrighted music in the podcast when it goes out from my server. I'm assuming that that's okay because no money will ever be made from Drycast. Well, frankly, no one will ever listen. If we started getting a huge following, I'd probably actually bother with getting permissions and shit. But podcasts are so shit. Honestly, podcasts are like the worst thing ever. They're just a ton of work and effort and time, and the results just can never go anywhere. I mean, podcasts just they're dead in the water.
Woo!
Um,
Woo!
we're dead inside. Woo!
Turn up. Woo! I don't know, like, whenever I think of podcasts, I think of, like, some miserable piece of shit in, like, a Chevy Cruze driving to work, and, like, all he has is, like, sports podcast of the game that he missed it last night. He was too busy, at State Farm, and then he had to go home and pick up, cabbage and cook.
Cabbage.
Yeah, he had to pick up cabbage at the store because, it wouldn't fit in for his beef stroganoff. Dinner that his wife was making with frozen noodles and $3 steak.
Oh wow. Way to tear apart my lifestyle, man. Come on. See, one day of
Come on.
like 2 hours of streaming video games, and I'm already making these horribly cringeworthy statements like that, and I'm not sure how to get out of this. Help me.
You can't get out.
It's like you just get in this habit of just filling up space with words. What an awful way to live, honestly.
It's kind of like that with radio broadcasting too. The times I've been in the radio studio, it's like the DJ is just like filling in like 30 minutes of time with just like these ridiculous stories and just like ranting about records and stuff that he's listened to that all just end up with him saying, "It's good.
That's where I want to be.
Good. I liked it."
That's where I want to be. Dude, there's a nose emoji.
What?
There's a nose emoji. I just posted it in chat.
Subaru face.
If only the Subaru logo was an emoji. Like, that's how I'm feeling right now. I'm feeling
Subaru.
I'm feeling Subaru. Dude, Pimp C came back. All right, we got to discuss this in news. I mean,
What?
Pimp C comes back from the dead, and then just immediately doesn't explain to anyone. Just immediately goes to work with Motorola as their brand image consultant. Like,
Oh yeah.
Jesus Christ, man! Like, I can't believe this happened, and it's not on any of the major networks. This is bigger than Gamergate.
This is bigger than Deflategate.
All right, it's going in the show notes. Pimp C alive again.
I'm really worried though, because like I heard there's a new Pimp C EP and like Juicy J is producing it, but like it's been like a year since he's talked about it. Juicy J's kind of like moved on from hip hop. I wonder if it's happening anymore.
Oh my God, Colin P is here.
He is.
Yep, in the chat.
Hi, Colin. I listened to the intro thing on SoundCloud. It was good.
I've been outplayed.
It was good. I give it
Ah!
a 10 out of 10.
You send into the static abyss after saying it was good. It was good.
It was mad decent. It was
Colin,
gold.
Colin, if you're still listening, now I know you're an audio guy. I want you to tell me something. All right, let me prepare for this. I want you to tell me if this sounds good or not. I want you to tell me how this sounds. I'm really fucking I'm dude, I'm really fucking high on Adderall. Just tell me if it sounds good. All right. All right. I'm going to that was actually an audio test, believe it or not. So I'm going to mute the audio for just a second and make sure that everything's still neato. Oh, classic David Blue joke, man. You know, I say a word and then I shudder.
I want to not use Twitter anymore. I keep getting followed by like promotions people and like rapper bots. Got nothing to say except check out my SoundCloud and generic like subtweets and like quotes. They're not saying anything.
Yeah, you know, Twitter kind of seems dead for a few weeks, but maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just because I've been paying attention to Twitter more. Oh God, this is truly my life is truly taking a turn. I don't know
What
what it's for, but it's
did you?
it's truly gone down the media the media path. I've taken the media path.
You're already there. That's where you wanted to go.
Oh God.
Where?
Uh,
Yeah.
Okay, is it me? Is it? Am I having network issues? Because I'm hearing both of you sort of fade out.
I mumble.
Okay, now you're good. Dude, this isn't Mumble. Come on, this is TeamSpeak. I'm so sorry. This is not who I
Oh,
am. This is not. I'm not these jokes. I'm not this fucking trash. I'm almost there, but I'm not quite this bad. I just spent the past 2 hours streaming video games like alone, and so I just got into this habit of like filling up the dead air with words, and I'm just awash in self disgust right now.
you're like a walking like self apology like master.
That is me. Of course I am. That's I've been working on that for 21 years, man. So
so young.
that was amazing. All right.
Yeah.
So you want are we ready to do the cast now? Are we
Uh, I think so. I've been drinking a lot of water, and I just had the idea that I would need to put uh psychostimulants or opioids and this and that into myself so that I could be more congenial
User
and
entered your channel.
personable.
Oh my god, it's
Hello,
Compy.
Colin.
Hi there.
Oh my god. Your timing. It's just I'm sorry.
Sorry, is it a bad time?
No, it's perfect. That's what I should have said that. I should have mentioned that. I'm fucked up right now, dude. I'm fucked up.
Yeah, I could tell.
Sorry.
Maybe me soon too. Too soon
I just ate too many
to tell.
apology pills.
Forgive him. He's been pootie pie for the past 3 hours.
It's been tough. It is honestly the weight on your shoulders. Oh my god, I got a text message. It's just
I know. I remember I used to like do Kingsfield streams, and I tried to like make it interesting, but like it's really hard to like play video games and stream it and make it like not make it worth somebody else's time.
yeah. You need to really like have someone else giving you shit. Okay, I've got actually got to run for just a second. I'll be right back.
Whenever I'd stream
See you soon.
Espegaluda, I'd like all I would do is just like when I die, I'd just like vocalize expletives. It's uh,
So you were PewDiePie.
well, it's I certainly don't have like the latent vitriol that he does, but like, oh shucks.
I saw Izome like with the light on, but I didn't hear anything.
Thank God. I was uh I was clearing my throat and I bellowed really loud.
Oh,
Yeah. I guess my
so
microphone could tell.
oh yeah, I just got a bunch of requests from Skype bots after getting bots following me on Twitter.
Nice. I'm glad they're collaborating.
Remember I changed my Skype picture to like a picture of me once, and I got like a ton of people like adding me asking for sex or something.
That's terrifying.
It was cool.
Guess do they just scan and look for anything with like a recognizable flesh tone in it and think, oh, that person might be down to fuck people?
No, I know, but it was like real people. It was like real people like trawling through.
Oh. That's more exciting than the offers I've gotten then.
Like imagining like the really interesting lifestyle of someone who goes to like the Skype contacts and like fists their keyboard and like looks for a picture of somebody and attaches to them.
Welcome
It's like
back.
somebody like Greg.
Greg?
Old meme.
Oh, the I
The
think
creepy forehead guy that was like 3 miles away from me.
Come on. Come on.
What?
I don't know. Fuck. All right. Well, are you ready? I mean, if you guys want to record now, or do you want more time for the drugs to kick in, or?
No, we should finish before that. I don't want them to. It's a race against my biological clock,
All right.
or
Well,
one of them.
I'm going to get everything set up here.
see I'm a good person and I abuse medication in the morning, so I'm ripe and livid when it comes this time.
All right, Colin P, you and me are going to do a morning show. We're going to call it like breakfast with drywall. Breakfast with irony. There we go.
Sorry.
You know,
Sorry.
you were tired of irony last night. We're here again for you this morning. The apology breakfast show.
I'm sorry for taking up your time, but this is the breakfast apology hour with Dave and Colin.
On every single FM band in the tri-state area.
Sorry. You know, I'm real sorry to take up your time this morning, but
Well,
this
because
new
okay,
news story broke.
here's the key to my apologizing. I'm never actually sorry. Well, okay, so I mean I am, but okay, why do you apologize? Essentially to mitigate whatever you've done to other people, and it turns out I find a habitually easy way to keep myself in good social standing, I guess, maybe, by just continuing to do what I want to do, and then just apologizing for it. And yeah, okay, maybe it's not a well worked out scheme. Who knows?
I don't think that's uncommon.
No, it's just people don't acknowledge that the reason they apologize is to prevent people from It
Yeah,
has
you
nothing to do with
shouldn't.
regret.
Don't sabotage yourself, David. No one else does. We all do the same thing.
Now,
everyone but me does that too, but they don't say because it would make them less infallible, or more fallible.
now look, see, I found out something in high school. I found out that I'm actually different than everyone else on Earth, and I'm
He's
simply
different and he knows everything.
to put it simply, I know everything, and my struggles are infinite, more than anyone else can comprehend. And frankly, I should be pitied infinitely. Um,
I do. We do.
that was all a joke. Please disregard.
Oh, I'm sorry. Which is sincere because unlike other people, I only apologize sincerely.
I'm sorry that I asked for your pity. I don't know
Oh
that I
my god,
asked.
this really is the apology hour.
I'm sorry I
Really?
took it seriously.
Yeah, I'm just sorry I'm alive. I'm getting the razor right now. You'll
I'm
see.
sorry you're alive too.
I'm
Just
sorry for
relax.
even coming on this podcast.
All right, I'm dragging us all down into Studio Eats. Give me just a second.
Channel switched. User was moved to your channel. User was moved to your channel. Was moved to your channel.
It's all official now. Ready to get fucked. Wow. Gabe
In
Bagel just
studio.
tweeted 4. Come on, dude. That's my fucking joke. Back the fuck off. All right.
What?
Sorry. I'm so sorry, dude. Again, apology hour. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I've got show notes here. I'm going to look over and make sure that I didn't miss anything. Don't think I did.
Neil deGrasse Tyson breath play.
Oh man, save that. Save that. Bring it back. Oh my god, it's working. All right, folks. Coming in Studio E. It's the link to the show notes, which is virtually useless because what is not included on here is that. First, before we start, I need to establish what we're gonna call you. Do you want me to call you Mespor or?
Oh, I guess if Azome. It rhymes with Kagome from Inuyasha.
So
Sweet.
the joke would
The
get
first
really
girl I ever jacked off to.
nice.
Same.
She is lovely. But, sorry, go on.
No, I guess it would get old if I jokingly mispronounced it. That would get very old after a while. So
I've only heard a few people ever try to say it out loud, and no one has done it right. So, well, no, what
That's-
you guys did when I logged on at first tonight, then one of you did
so it's
pretty much
Izome.
correctly.
Izome.
Azome. I don't know. It's just a flat sort of accentation.
Azome.
Yeah. I don't. It doesn't matter really.
Yzome. There you go.
Yeah. See, it was a corruption of the word ribosome. So actually, that is it. Ribosome. Yeah.
And they said that biology would never come in handy. Well, it did, just there.
It didn't. I don't know what those are.
Me neither.
I think one is rhizome is like I might be thinking of something totally wrong, like a tuber, like a yam or something. Anyway, that has nothing to do with its nomenclature. Never mind. I mean etymology.
Almost there.
You gotta pronounce it like World of Warcraft mom. Why Zomi?
What the fuck is a World of Warcraft, Mom? Does that actually
Okay.
happen?
Like when I used to play WoW, like my entire guild was just moms, and they'd always like, I can't remember my name on WoW, but they'd always butcher it like upon me like entering Ventrilo and blank. That's not really. Yeah. Sorry.
World of Warcraft mom is one creature I do not want to meet.
No, yeah, they're pretty interesting people.
My chiropractor told me this story of this one of her clients is like really rich, or their parents are really rich, and they like live in basically like a squalor apartment, and there's only 2 desks in it. And she married this guy, and all they do is they like play World of Warcraft on 2 desks every day. I'm like,
That's what love is.
it. I can't imagine like that kind of a lifestyle.
It's because it's not really a lifestyle.
That's a death style.
Yeah.
Ha ha.
You know, I'm honestly impressed every single time by how good our guests are with words. Honestly, it's like they're all prodigies. It's
Thanks.
man,
I've
you
been
guys make
reading.
me feel like, I mean, you know, getting an English degree is off the books now because I'll never measure up.
I'm a college dropout, so you could probably surpass me pretty easily.
We
even
all
if you
are.
don't get a Oh, nice.
Except Colin B.
No, I am too.
Ha!
Actually.
Oh my God, we're all fucking.
Welcome, Colin, to the Association of Those Without Associate's Degrees.
I did a year and I physically hated myself. So
Associate's degree, boys. Well, this is convenient. I'm glad that BMW dropped now instead of in the middle of the recording. Once he comes back, hope he'll come back. We can begin officially.
why is gender hell still on the show notes?
Because I promised at the beginning of the show that Gender Hell would be a weekly recurring segment. So
It's a segment where we like recurringly yeah. We go back to it and we don't know what the fuck it is.
exactly. And there's comedic value in that, right?
Yeah, it's like the multitude of in-jokes you've kind of crafted for the drywall mythos. I forget how to pronounce that word. Somebody told me how to pronounce it, and
I think it's mythos,
mythos.
but fuck it.
I've heard
Sorry.
mythos, but I don't know if that's right at all.
What's going on?
BMW, are you ready for the record?
I guess.
All right. So this is informal, by the way. So like anything you say that you want edited out, just mention it in the recording. You know, I can always clip stuff out. So once we start the recording, you don't have to like not say anything. You could just start out yelling cunts repeatedly. You know, once I start the recording, yeah, that's
My
fine.
phone number is
There you
810-230.
go. Well, this is live, so actually you can't take that. I mean, to a certain extent, you can't take that back.
I'm
But,
just gonna go on Detroit Craigslist and read you off phone numbers all night.
that would be, you know, that would be unique, Cullen. I'm sure someone would see some art in that, and we'd get some ad
Then-
revenue.
Oh, definitely.
Okay. I'm gonna start the recording now.
Wait, I have to spit out my gum.
That's okay. Like again, I can always cut it off. I have to do a big intro, anything anyway. I can't speak. This is a big problem for this activity.
What did you take? Ezomate.
In college?
No,
Or
no.
Tonight?
Yes, tonight.
Nothing of profound interest.
Gotcha.
This and that. Usually it's just a something. I don't know.
Sorry, I was just curious about the time frame about you metabolizing substances.
Oh, that. Oh wait, we spoke about that earlier, like before you were on. So I don't know if that was like.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh no, that's fine. That just tripped me out because I thought you like had secretly been on and heard.
No, I'm not a cop.
Really? Oh,
Colin
Am I the
P,
only?
if you were a cop, I would stick around in this world.
Colin Phillips, undercover investigator.
That would make an amazing TV show, dude. Like 80s style Colin P. Just no character. You're exactly as you are, but we give you police tasks.
It's just like Colin sitting in like pet store and just like bonked out on pills.
Yeah.
There's no
That works, too.
investigating.
A cop show that's literally just internal monologue about me like assessing my mental capabilities, making sure my brain's working right.
While you're looking at like cats.
It
Okay,
works
so-
out well that P could be for police.
Oh shit. The Colin police.
I never even.
And then there in the credit sequence, it says Colin P on the screen, and then you walk in front of it, and you're covering up LLIN, so it says cop, and then there's you.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
This is fucking amazing. All right, so I'm gonna start the podcast. So I'm just gonna do my intro bullshit, and then I'll ask you, Azome, to introduce yourself, and then we'll do our petty chatter segment, which is where we talk. God, I still hate this. Where we have to talk about what we've been doing recently. I'll try to remember from now until then what I've been doing recently. Yeah. Again, don't worry about saying anything that like. Yeah, you can just because I'm gonna go sift through this entire thing, so I can just edit out anything you don't want in. That's called bad journalism, actually.
That's fine. I think it's good.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna do the spiel now. Spiel. All right. Hello and welcome to episode 8 of Drycast. We are live from Studio Eat. Happy Wednesday. It's January 27th, 2015. It's the anniversary of my creation. Fascinatingly enough, I hate birthdays a lot, so everyone fuck off. So, Drycast. I'm obligated to remind you to talk to us in the Twitter hashtag Drycast. For those of you in the stream, there are probably none of you. Hello. Use the Google chat because it's there, and I look at it at least once every hour. So, and there's a nose emoji. There are public road sign emojis, all that shit. Today we have a very special guest on Drycast, who is known as Azome. Would you like to introduce yourself? Tell us, starting with your social security number.
513. Hello. I'm Azome, and I do not. I'm not sure how to properly introduce myself. Perhaps you could give me some guidance.
All right. Well, first, when you wake up in the morning, if it is morning, when you wake up on the regular periods that you sleep and your thoughts come in, your internal dialogue, what do you consider yourself as? You're a human being. Wait, where do you live? You don't have to be specific, just if you don't want to.
Like halfway between Seattle and Canada.
So, like, technically, which country?
Mexico, United States.
Yeah, see, Mexico. I'm not an expert on geography there. You could have pulled that one over. You could have pulled that one over on me. All right, so.
Lucky for you, I'm gracious.
Yeah, well, thank you. Man, and see, I had a great joke prepared, but my memory is not that long. So you live in the U.S. Okay. So in the U.S., we culturally have a thing where everybody has a title. My title, I figured out, is going to be automotive journalist. For now, I'm kind of adopted the title of one man media god. If you were to title yourself as something, what would it be?
the last time that I needed to do that, I said I was a layabout, and that elicited a sad yes from the person I said it to. So that might be right. Probably for wait, no. If I'm guess I'm signed on as Azome, I better speak character. I'm Azome. I'm an electronic music producer from Seattle, Washington area.
Sweet. Because just the fact that you live in Seattle immediately makes you more culturally relevant than us. Perhaps not Colin P, but BMW and I definitely. Because Colin P is Detroit, you know. So
That's more relevant than Seattle.
I wouldn't.
Is it?
I don't know about that.
But Seattle is like indie rock hell.
This is the most pretentious
Emphasis on
conversation
hell.
ever. This is the most, this is great. So I've never been to Seattle, but I do love the Northwest. It isn't far north as I've been. Well, since now we know everything about you, what have you been doing lately? Be as petty as possible.
I've been reading a book about eunuchs and castration, as it has happened in human society, particularly in the West, for all of recorded history, I guess. I'm like 5 pages into that. Eh,
It's not petty, but that's good.
I've been reading like 17th century poetry and practicing ukulele, and I work at a food bank.
Jesus Christ.
Are those petty? I don't know.
No, they are not. You are so fuckable, dude. Much more than me. Like, I'm just sitting here like I've got to reevaluate everything. Seattle, food bank, poetry, 17th century poetry.
These are all supposed to put me in a negative light. I think you're hearing wrong.
Well, I'm an English major. So, yeah. And I'm currently sitting in front of a collection of all of Ayn Rand's fictional works. So, you can't, you're always going to be culturally above me, definitely.
I'm sitting in a pile of folded laundry with no books in sight.
You're already my favorite guest.
There's no books in my house at all.
Yeah. Well, there's no records in my house at all, I guess. There are Keith Jarrett records. Okay, I'm not going to. Okay. It's not my turn. I'm sorry. Well, if that's the extent of the pettiness in your life, Izome, then we should move on to Colin P.
Oh. I don't know. I've already in the last episode or the previous number 6. I said I was making music. I'm still doing that. So, and I just released my intro, which I felt very connected to whilst making. But I guess if you want me to be petty, I could say I went to a party the other day and I got felt up by a bunch of drunk people. So that was fun.
Fuck yeah, dude. Living it.
Yeah, and then I drove someone home, and like as soon as I got into the apartment with them, they like puked on the floor, and I just left them.
Good.
Nice.
Elantra vomit.
Fortunately, he did not vomit in my 2003 Hyundai Elantra, but was nice enough to hold it.
So that picture you sent me, that was your specific car, right? That was
No, no, that was an image the dealer, not the dealer, but the
oh shit.
the sweaty guy that sold it to us.
Oh God.
He that was like included in the picture, and I'm sorry that was included in like the stationary text kind of stationary text. I don't know how to say it. It was a text message, but anyways, like it was so funny to me because it was like really low res, and I just saved it.
No, it's gorgeous. I fell in love with that car. The little Elantra.
I actually had to take a picture of a bunch of Elantras this week, and they were like 2011 models, but they were still really nice. They were like black, and I was like really surprised how like good the interior was. It had like this black blue color scheme, and I was like, this isn't as bad as I thought it would be.
I keep telling you, man. I like Hyundai and Kia are, well, obviously, they're connected, but Hyundai doesn't have quite the youth of Kia, but still very. I almost said cool. I don't think cool is the right word. They're not cool, but the best thing about Hyundai is that for the past, I don't know, 10 years, 15 years, every car that they make is always the most interesting looking in its segment. It's always different in some way. So it's refreshing. Okay, well, I don't. If Colin P, are you all pettied out?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, well, BMW, you're up.
Well, speaking of BMWs, I just got my BMW fixed up, so I was driving that around today, and it was a lot of fun. Um, I've been listening to a lot of my records. I've got this gigantic pile of records, whether it be like samples or weird drum stuff that I've been trying to go through, and I'm trying to put the finishing touches on my luxury tape before I get it out in February. And other than the am I still online?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Other than the Nissan racing me yesterday, they're trying to do nothing really interesting.
I mean, if you want to tell that story
Petty.
again, you can.
I can tell it later. I'm pettied out.
All right. Well, as petty as it gets, it is extremely petty to celebrate the anniversary of your birth. Today, I got dressed up and I went and bought a Donna Summer LP, a Public Enemy tape, a Bach tape, and a Spice One CD. And
Oh,
I couldn't buy any more because the record store just spelled overwhelmingly of urine. And then I went to the DMV, and then of course I didn't have everything I needed, so I had to go and drive around a lot. I'm not complaining like a mom. I don't complain. I just bomb. Fuck, that fucking rhymed. I almost want to do that over again because it's okay. Anyway, so yeah, birthday. I can't seem to remember anything else. Oh, the Juke review and the Eva review will be coming out. They're taking a long time because they're going to be polished, and so will the fucking Cadenza review, which I thought that I had already released and hadn't. Like, I just thought I didn't look at it because I, for some reason, assumed that I had already put it up. But oh, big news! Drywall Channel is back. We're streaming on the fucking Drywall Channel again, which probably means that we're gonna be taken down again, which is great. And I feel like there's other important stories to tell. But no.
I mean, as long as you don't do something stupid like upload another Keith Jarrett album, I think your Drywall channel will be fine.
I've already got fuck, what's his name? I've got other artists that I upload. I guess I like it was totally fine to do that shit until right when I started doing it, and then it wasn't okay. And I'm not again. It's just circumstance. Google's not out to get me. I'm not that delusional. Stick with us, please. I actually I just wanted to mention that I just want to come out. I was actually mentored by Julian Assange. So if that adds any weight to what I'm saying, then yeah, there you go.
Guys, I'm coming out. I'm Julian Assange.
Yeah, guys, okay, I'm fucking Julian Assange, to be honest. Yeah. But all right, so let's see. We got petty chatter done. I really want to I BMW, I think yeah.
I forgot that I had been outdoors today. I hadn't for a few days. I had petty news that I forgot all about, and I accidentally told my staying inside news.
Well, I'm glad that you came out with coming out.
Yeah, I bought a mouth guard today, so I won't grind my teeth while I sleep. And now I have $1 cash left, and get a hold of me if you want my PayPal information. I mean, not all the information, but you know, just so you can send me money. That much information. Everyone, thank you.
For this one time, because of how immensely respectable all this has been, don't donate to Drywall. Donate to Izome.
Buy his music on Bandcamp.
For more than it's worth, which would be like any amount.
I will link everything, of course, if you want it in the description.
I hope you don't actually link my PayPal. That would be really embarrassing. But
don't think that I could get that unless you specifically gave it to me. But
no, well, if you bought something from my Bandcamp, then you would see the address that you were sending it to, and
I'm not
that
that
would
sly.
be or
Yeah.
that generous or kind, I guess.
Absolutely not, dude.
That's fine. Don't worry.
Nobody really pays attention to that. Like, I bought stuff off your Bandcamp, but like, usually you just hit the pay button and then download the music.
Oh, when I did it, I saw that. Well, I'm pretty sure, like, you know, Gore shit. I think it's his mom's PayPal, actually. I thought
Gorshit
was-
bought your music, really?
No, I bought his, and I think like the PayPal was like his mom's. I just
Oh wow.
thought it was fun. It was like the name is like Miriam or something. Like probably not his name, since that isn't it.
Miriam, what a name.
That's it. I just pulled that kind of out of nowhere, but I mean it's a mom name, sort of. I mean it was that kind of a mom name, like a really, really pure mom name.
Debbie.
Pure
Thank you.
angel, World of Warcraft mom, save me for my apology breakfast show, please.
Activate the nerve gas.
E.
My angel Miriam. All right. So, I was thinking that BMW, you should do, if we're going to do an interview-ish thing, you should do this. You should do that because you're more relevant than I am.
Am I?
Yeah, and you understand things more than I do. So, you're on a whole nother level of attunement. You're a precise cultural instrument.
Oh.
Yeah. So I don't. If you don't have to. But I was thinking we could do a little bit of that, then, or well, a lot. Do some of that, then do what's on the notes, and then do some more. Yeah.
Okay. I think we can do that. I don't know. I've been trying to like think of ways to describe the Izome music I've heard, and I've said that it's like like of juke music that it's like trap from Mars. And I would say if that's what juke is, then what I've heard of the Izome music, it's like trap from deep space and like radio transmissions from there just being put on papyrus and being put on Bandcamp.
Sign me
Well,
up.
so I know you
I'm
have
blushing.
you have like a drum machine, which I think is like really cool. How you actually like program the beats on that. I presume. What made you want to get like an actual drum machine?
In fact, nothing that I've released it uses that. Or wait, there's some one thing on the split with Young Rack used that, and that's all I can think of that has. I did use it as a synth module for. Oh no, yeah, I did some sequencing on it on one thing that I recorded on the most recent release also. But generally, everything that I've released is on it's done on software actually. But I've had the drum machine for a really long time though, and I should probably answer the actual question now.
Hmm. So, what kind of like software do you use? Do you use like a DAW or do you use like a tracker or something to make your music? Because I know you make like jungle and stuff like that before.
Yeah, when I used to use, or excuse me, when I used to make jungle and stuff, I used uh hardware much more than I have now, and I used Sony Acid as my DAW, and now I use FL Studio.
I've heard before that you try and make like FL Studio crash when you're making music.
I I have sometimes. Well, I mean, not. I might exaggerate, but I definitely my approach is not easy on my CPU most of the time, and I really like freeware VSTs that are not very stable, not very well thought out, or not past beta, etc. So, yeah, you get some interesting results. A lot of clicking and not being able to hear what you're working on and stuff.
Sweet. I actually used to do that kind of stuff when I started out Ruby Falls. I used to like get really shitty VSTs and I would make it so like broken that like at like 600 BPMs or so, like if you're looking at the timeline as it's scrolling back, it would actually like go backwards and like shit like that and just completely break and then I would
Whoa.
yeah, and then I would just like export it and it would sound like really fucked up and then I would just upload it cuz back then I didn't give a shit.
Yeah, it is interesting how it doesn't sound the same after it renders. I mean, generally I try to be really specific with how it sounds, so that's usually not desirable for me, but still it's interesting at least. Or sometimes I'll just do something that's so messed up I can't tell what's going on. Then I'll render it and see what I got and like cut the usable parts out of that and work with them further.
It's really hard to know because I've noticed like in FL Studio at least it's a really easy program to use, but it's also not like it's got this like FL Studio sound and even if I like sit down and I really make like a kick that is just like a pure square wave or something like that, it will still sound very FL Studio-y when you export it.
Yeah, it does. I used to notice that a lot more, I think, and I don't know why I stopped noticing it because well, I'm glad I stopped because I really hated it and I would just be like, dude, it seems like shit, sounds like it was done in FL. Not listening to that, and then uh several years later I find myself using the program and not being able to notice that anymore and not being such a dickhead. So that's a good development, I think.
Yeah, but I really like your music because it sounds like is kind of made in FL Studio, but it just doesn't really sound like a human made it.
Oh, thank you. I've been dehumanized. Uh, just kidding. Sorry.
Jokes are okay. That's allowed. Definitely.
But yeah, I think that is quite a compliment. I should say. So thank you.
Yeah, because you showed me your old stuff, which was under Dr. Akane on SoundCloud, and it sounded really like there's like a formula kind of that a lot of electronic music has.
Yeah, it was pretty much jungle. Like I didn't stray too far. Once in a while, I would try to be more uh creative or not creative. I hope I always was that, but yeah, I would try to deviate or do something more experimental, I guess. But I didn't take it too far because uh it's kind of a silly reason, but there's like a limiter by default on uh FL. Like there wasn't one on Sony Acid when I was using that, and so I would just everything would clip, and I didn't know why, and that was pretty much the reason I didn't do anything too exciting then, just because it would always turn out really bad sounding, and I didn't understand anything about what I was doing. That's all. I kind of just blacked out. I think I was uh, mumbling a lot. Sorry.
Okay, well, we just had someone join Studio Eat.
Hello. Is it Alan Ruck?
I am.
Hello, Alan. How was
Hey.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off? Did you enjoy your day off?
It was really good. I had a good day off.
Had a lot of days off.
Yeah, since then it's been easier to take the day off than ever.
You know, you have one day off, and then you just have like months off. Ferris Bueller's year off.
Is Alan Ruck the actor from Ferris Bueller?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought maybe, but I didn't know.
I'm his illegitimate child.
That's cool.
It's really funny actually. People are just like, that's not Alan Ruck.
It's really good.
Well, I was about to mention that there's really not a lot of room for experimental and stuff in Jungle because at its base it is like breaks and like 90s rave synths and like kick drums and stuff. There's really not a lot of places you can go with it.
Yeah, it's pretty much dance music. So don't want to make it too unclear in the sound, or you can't really get too garbled or whatever. It loses the impact. I kind of tried to make everything bang, I guess, in huge quotation marks. Like that was pretty much the only. I don't know. I don't really know where I'm going with this at all. Never mind.
It's really not worth going into because you make music under a different alias now, and it's a lot more interesting.
Oh, thank you. It's a lot easier to make, too, than
Oh yeah.
Jungle was.
You know, I don't know, man. Like, it's really hard to make like music in a formula way, kind of like how Gabber or hardcore is. I've tried my hand at making tracks like those, and it's just like really hard because you get into like, you got to make everything sound clean when you put it all together into a song, and then you've got to like break down like, okay, this is where the DJ does the intro, here's where your track really shines, and then here's where it goes into the next track.
Oh, well, I never really considered that part of it, like live performance by a DJ or by myself either. I only played live once, which was literally me trying to edit the audio clips in the DAW, like as it was playing back.
Oh man.
It's like DJing in Audacity, basically, kind of level of terribleness.
That's cowboy shit right there.
Yeah.
Dude, like, I played a live show as Ruby Falls, and it was on my friend's laptop at the time, and it was in Japanese, and we had a demo version of Virtual DJ, and it was in the summer at it's like a punk space that was in an old, like, detail garage that had been hollowed out, and so, like, everything was just really exposed, and, like, my music broke the speakers multiple times because it was in the summer and it was too hot to cool down.
Oh my God.
Dude, I have pictures of that event if you guys want to see.
I don't want to remember that because I had like a really awful Newmark deck and I was trying to mix, but like with speedcore, it's like impossible to beat match.
Just the entire crowd were just standing there, just like, what is this? Like, what is this? It was big. The crowd's reaction to Ruby Falls, just everyone's drunk. It's a late night punk show, and then you hear Ruby Falls. It was a great place to be.
I actually just got done making the Speed Noise EP at that time, and I had one person come up to me, only one, who was like, "Hey, so what was your band called?" And I was like, "Oh, it's Ruby Falls." He's like, "Oh, that's cool." That's it. And I had like a box full of like brand new Speed Noise EPs, and I was trying to hand them out, but like nobody wanted them.
Shit, I know that feeling pretty well from when I first played shows. Kind of makes me know. I mean, that was like a long time ago. I'm not even gonna say the name I was using back then, just because I'd rather people not hear anything that I did then. But yeah, I still have many of the 40 copies of the first album I ever did in like 2009, I think.
I'd like to hear that.
You can. I'll deliver it to you by a private channel.
This is rare. This is rare.
Actually, I'll mail it to you when I have money again, and I send you your Christmas present that I forgot to send you.
I was like checking my mailbox, like, am I gonna get like some really weird box from like Canada or something again?
Yeah, I'm going to Canada so I can send it to you. I'm saving up so I can go to Canada.
No, but like I owe you a copy of the luxury tape when it's out. But the problem is I haven't been able to really work on it because I've said this before, but back when I made music, I want to do a compilation of all the music I've ever done, and a lot of it is shit, and I can't remaster it, and I don't have the BPMs on it, so it's like impossible to really get down. But
Are you talking about the original shit from like the split that we did?
I'm talking about the shit I made in high school. Like
I have a copy of that. I have a copy of that tape if you want it.
I've got the master.
I've got everything.
Your face is the master.
I've got everything. I just don't want to remember it. And honestly, Caleb, the only Ruby Falls tape you have that is that I would want back is that Van Halen tape that we dubbed over with that split thing that we did in 2012.
Dude, fuck yeah, man. I
All
love
right.
that tape. It's awesome.
Well, back to the interview. So you don't really structure your songs for like DJing and stuff like that. Is there a reason for that, or do you just not think of it?
I don't give a shit at all about DJs. Or
Easy enough.
I don't like if someone puts a DJ set online, even if it. No, wait. One of my best friends has. I did listen to that. I was gonna say even if it was my best friend, I wouldn't. But no, I hardly ever have the patience to listen to anything that's like more than like 4 minutes long.
True. It's also really painful when you hear like a DJ that doesn't really know what they're doing, which is why I don't talk about my old mixes. But,
A completely or very inexperienced person is not. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's why I don't talk about my old music. That wasn't mixes, but it was still, yeah, just like sounded really, really bad. It was all dumb.
Well, I haven't had the chance to listen to your new EP. Thank you. That's on Bandcamp. I've been
It's
meaning.
called.
Oh, what was it called again?
It's called Please.
Oh
Not Thank
shit!
You. That's
Damn it,
fine.
dude. I'm tired, man. I got like a box of records I've been trying to go through, and like everything just like blends together at some point.
No, I just thought that was like really funny. I wouldn't have corrected you otherwise. I just thought it was funny.
Well, either way, I've been meaning to listen to it. Is it similar in sound to your first album, or is it kind of like the split that you put out recently?
It's more like the split with Young Rack. Let's see. 4 of the songs are the same song. Out of the 10 on there, which is kind of weird. Well, I mean, sort of the same. I don't know. I made 3 songs that were all the same speed, and they were all in the same key, and they were all the same length. And then I put them on top of each other, and I would EQ it so like one of them is only playing like bass, and one of them's only playing mid, and one of them's only playing treble. And then I switched how they were EQ'd. I just was curious how that would turn out.
Wow.
And then so it ended up being like several different ones that were all basically the same thing, just EQ'd differently. And then I thought, I have to put more songs with this. I can't justify releasing something this stupid. So then I found like a few I had finished that I was going to put on other stuff, and then I kind of pulled one out of my butt, and then that was it.
That's like really interesting story on how to make like 3 tracks, just like put them all on top of each other.
Honestly, dude, you're the vaporwave Bach.
Thanks.
That was the most beautiful term I've ever heard uttered.
We're in the romantic era of vaporwave right now.
I've been thinking about vaporwave today, maybe romantically.
I've been thinking about vaporwave today.
Well, thing I was thinking about is that it was taking music that everyone thought sucked and making it into something people liked, which is like really, really bad house music and really, really shitty like chopped and screwed music that but making it out of elevator music is the point. So you could take other bad stuff people like that you don't like and make it out of stuff that nobody likes, including yourself. Like you could make a shit. I don't actually know what's popular now. That imagine something really dumb that's popular.
Trap
and
music.
Hey.
Yeah, if that's still current, then yeah, like make
But trap
like
is
it,
fun.
but make like bad EDM trap, with make it out of Soundgarden, completely out of Soundgarden. Just cut the lowest sounding part out of a Soundgarden song, just like a split second, and then use that instead of an 808, and just everything except keep the yeah, buddy. Damn, son, you look like a bitch, like that stuff. Like,
You're describing my next album, to be
You
honest.
really are.
Do vaporwave artists, and this is something that I'm curious about, do any vaporwave artists, have any vaporwave artists acknowledged Robert Earl Davis as a influence, DJ Screw?
Obviously.
Okay. I
Yeah, I
don't think
think
I've
so.
seen it.
I don't really keep up with them.
I would say that I don't, but I do browse the Bandcamp trap tag, which has a lot of vaporwave in it.
The weird thing is that like the whole chopped and screwed kind of sound really didn't really come from people actually listening to the original DJ Screw tapes. I've noticed that like it's an influence, especially with how the internet is nowadays. Like you start noticing that a lot of like musicians from New York or like Miami, they're taking that sound from Houston that they grew up listening to, and they're like making that, and then they're making it into their own sound with like regional slang and stuff. And I think that kind of like people like Young Lean or people who are into vaporwave don't really necessarily listen to DJ Screw, but they know who he is.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much the same with me. I mean, I listen to it, but not all the time. So
I listen to DJ Screw, but I don't like listen to it all the time because I'm always just thinking of like chopping and screwing my own songs, because I know I listen to a bunch of hip hop and I'm just like, how could I like chop and screw? It's like I'll be sitting at work and my coworker will just be playing like the top 40 EDM station, and instead of that I'll just be thinking of like how to chop up a song and like the cuts and scratches and anything, and that's boring shit.
It helps to make the EDM top 40 station more tolerable while it's playing, though. So it's a
Dude,
good place to take your mind.
Dude, like, oh my god, like today, he's actually my manager. My manager was playing the underground, house station, and I was really liking it. Actually, there was some really weird, songs going on there. And then I actually spoke up and I said, and I got back and I was like, yo, this sounds like it was recorded in an aquarium. And he was just like, uh-huh. And then immediately he put it on the top 40 EDM station, and it's the same songs every day.
What even plays on the top 40 EDM station?
You don't want to know.
I like hurt trying to think about it, but I just don't.
I tried to give it the benefit of the doubt, Colin. Like, I tried to go in there thinking like, okay, so we're gonna be playing like trap songs, like with dubstep and stuff like that. But like, what the top 40 EDM station is, imagine house music, like electro house, like really cheap electro house.
Yeah.
Not even like the French stuff, but just like shitty electro house. Now imagine
Gangnam
like,
Style without singing.
yes. And like with trap snares, the build up, the obnoxious drops, but it's all half-assed, and there's always like a singer on it who's just really monotone the entire song because it's made to be mixed. It is hell. It is hell listening to the top 40 EDM station.
Oh my god.
And like you hear the same songs, even though it's the top 40 in over like multiple weeks. If you have it playing, still like you'll hear "Turn Down for What" multiple times, and eventually you'll just like walk in the store and you'll hear like this drop, and it's the same drop. Ugh. I want to get off this subject.
Sorry I asked.
There were too many different notes in there for a build. For EDM, you went out of the range that they would be able to compose in.
You know, I only mentioned that song. I don't know the name of the song, but it was really interesting because it sounded like really frantic, like how a Eurobeat synth composition is, but it was an EDM, and those were with like these really high pitched synths over like a dubstep drop.
Oh, that sounds all well. Everything until the drop sounded like interesting.
Yes.
There's
So-
definitely a way to have a drop in. I don't even want to vocalize EDM. It's so gross to say out loud, but there's a good way to do it without like the art of the drop has been ruined. It's so over exaggerated now.
I don't think that it's necessarily over exaggerated. I just think that like when you're planning a party from a DJ perspective, you put the drops in different places, and I think that musicians right now, especially when you come with those like top 40 EDM stations, they're playing the big club bangers that you like roll out at the end of the night after everyone's had their drinks. So yeah, they're going to be repetitive, but on if you get like the vinyl single, you're also going to get more down tempo tracks that are more forward to the floor to keep the party going. Anyway,
Is that still like
So-
a applicable aesthetic for like dance room stuff, like for normal people, like having four to the floor kind of stuff? I don't
well,
know.
yeah, because like forward to the floor is like disco music. It's meant to keep you like moving, dancing. Because like at the end of the day, all DJs they're only there so that you buy more drinks. If you're not enjoying the club environment, then you might as well be at home.
I've never produced like I mean I've produced in like the idea like, oh, somebody might play this live if this didn't suck ass, but like what an awful way to think when you make music. Like I need to keep people in the club buying more drinks when they listen to my track.
It's pathetic, honestly. But speaking of that, I've actually wanted to mix a few of your tracks, Colin, but you mix your shit, so like that's a big pet peeve of mine. It's just like taking already mixed tracks and mixing them again.
Wait, what from what?
Mixception, bro.
Like on the 140 BPM or die tape, a few
The
of
first
the other
one?
ones. Yeah, the one that I keep in my car all the time and play.
See, I could probably just give you the raws to that if you really wanted them, but I'd have to find them.
Yeah, I just forget it because like I don't really mix a lot of like techno stuff like that. I mostly do like hip hop.
Gotcha. Sorry, you said mixed, and I was like, I've only mixed like the first mixtape, and that was kind of like half-assed, like putting it together like a child would.
Yeah, I've noticed, especially with my old mixtapes, it's like a lot of people actually plan out their shit, but not like to the point where like you do it all in one go, but they actually like chop it up over multiple sessions and then piece it together. So that
Shit,
makes sense.
that does make sense. Like for that, I had to take like 3 takes, and I still made some errors, and I kind of minor ones, but I'll listen to it and be like, "Whoa, that's where I didn't turn the low knob quick enough or something."
I know, like I never even thought of that because I just thought like, okay, mix tape, mix. This is one go mix. So like all the Adderall Feast tapes, all those, I did those in one go, and they sound awful. But then I realized like, oh wait, if I chop and screw one song and then another song and I piece them together, I mean that's what I'm gonna do for my next mixtape, and it's gonna sound a lot better.
Well, I know it's not relevant. Specific. It's probably not. I mean, you want your music to be good, on a certain standard, but coming as an ignorant this ignorant audience of Adderall Feast. Um, I mean, you can notice like little things, but I mean, fuck DJ Screw. You know, like you can hear the mic drop occasionally. Like what's the one really big
But
tape? But I guess I'm just saying, like, I know that there's a standard,
but
but as an audience member, you know, most people that are going to be listening probably aren't going to notice unless DJ
David,
Society is a culture.
David, it's not minor things like mic dropping. It's a problem called a train wreck, where you have two songs with different beats per minute, and they're just overlapping, like two trains colliding.
I kind of
I
like that sound, but that's because
hate it.
DJ Screw used to do that.
No, he didn't. Dude, DJ Screw, sometimes you wouldn't even notice. Anyway, I was a fool. I did not realize that one of the DJ skills that you need to have is when to stop the music and when to pick it up again, because you are going to encounter situations where you're going to have a 90 BPM song and then you want to switch to like 130 or something, and you have to creatively get there. This is boring.
No, I definitely know what you're saying. And I think like oh, when I did that summer mixtape, I just like that. Oh, having to deal with like more than just 140 BPM like was sickening.
It's hard. That's why you kind of keep in a genre, I guess. But then at the same time, it gets boring if you hear like boom, 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 boom all night.
Yeah, I could just like do a Ukraine techno DJ thing where they play like 6 hours of like minimal techno and they just like zonked out on Xanax like for the whole time. But I don't know.
Macy's.
Only like hours long mix I could probably do is like an acid hardcore mix, because oh my god, the like sounds that they produce out of that synth are just amazing. Like the 303 synthesizer and like the weird shit that they get out of it, I'm always amazed by acid techno stuff.
I wonder how much one of those costs nowadays.
They're too expensive. More people need to have it, more people need to use it.
I agree.
Zome agree. Something else we agree on, and that is Eurobeat. Let's talk about Eurobeat.
Hell yeah.
Didn't you find one of Dave Rogers' disco albums?
We can talk about that later.
Okay.
So,
'Cause I
Zome,
really-
what kind of Eurobeat songs do you listen to on like a when you do sit down and listen to that?
Fast.
Hmm?
Fast. The girl singer. I'm not very discerning.
Oh, I thought like when I sit and listen to Eurobeat, I like get like a tape, like the Super Eurobeat '88, and I listen to that, and I like find what songs I like.
Shoot, I think I might be remembering her name wrong, but Namie Amuro, maybe is her name. She had like a lot of songs on Super Eurobeat 150, and I would the thing that kind of sucks is the iPod that I use that like isn't broken that I can use outside that has a working audio jack is an iPod Shuffle, so I
Oh
cannot
man,
it organizes not by in I mean it just puts the songs in alphabetical order by artist, so I can't really listen to a compilation as it's intended to be listened to. So I mean I can at home, but I don't very much. So I guess I've never really gotten the full Super Eurobeat experience.
you're not
As I
missing
should.
much.
Oh, all right. Well, the at least whenever it comes up though, and I figure out like who I like a song by, then I'll try to like get more by them. And I remember Namie Amuro or whatever her name was. I guess I shouldn't say I remember if I don't remember. But yeah, her and she was on a song with it was like some house producer slash rapper Japanese guy, and Lil Wayne was on the song too. Uh, it's pretty cool.
I can't believe that like somebody who does Super Eurobeat would be on a song like that.
It's called Blackout. I'll try to find it. I'll find her exact name also.
Please do. I've basically like listened to nothing but Eurobeat whenever I'm in my car. It just only makes sense.
Yeah, it seems like if I could drive, that's probably one of the things I would want to hear while I was doing it. Like, for sure. That would be the most gratifying thing.
Oh, you went to Alaska for like a few months, I guess. And did you actually play like Super Eurobeat at like the store that you worked at for like all your coworkers and shit?
Yes, one kid said, uh, hey, play that Chinese dubstep again. That was cool. And everyone else didn't say that. Uh, they thought it was annoying. The guy who liked Eminem a lot uh, didn't, or yeah, the guy who liked Eminem and Research Chemicals didn't like Eurobeat. And the guy who was from jail didn't like Eurobeat, and all the teenagers didn't like Eurobeat, and one of them said he thought it was cool, and then it went to it changed. It started playing Y and Co, and he didn't like them at all. But
That's that's not okay. Like Wine Co is so awesome. Like, um, I guess you didn't know this. Wine Co is DJ Remocon, who makes some of like the coolest like techno like house stuff in Japan, and then it's also DJ Boss, who does all of the Eurobeat remixes on the second CD when you buy one. But there's a person in Alaska who does research chemicals and listens to Eminem.
and not to Eurobeat, and yeah, it's too bad. If he gets his life in order. No, he's cool. I guess I don't run the risk of incriminating myself or anything here, but never mind. Anyway, good
I
guy,
just
good
thought it
guy to
was
know.
funny. It's a weird combination. Something you'd only find in Alaska.
Yeah, we had a lot of kitty merchandise that it was just like T-shirts that would say like, "I went to the store that hired a guy who listens to Eminem and does research chemicals in Juneau, Alaska." Um, yeah, that was probably our highest selling item.
Amazing. I really can't give a lot of questions that I could ask you because like I don't really see you on Twitter that much, and I know that your music because I listen to it a lot and
Oh,
the few
thank
times
you
we talk.
for, I mean, thank you for listening. Sorry, I interrupted you by saying that.
I'm just like it's really weird because like this is David's podcast and like I'm sitting here just like interviewing you, and then we've got Caleb and Colin also in the channel, and it's really awkward.
Well,
I don't want it to be awkward,
tabletop.
but
I was
yeah.
gonna ask a couple of questions whenever Brent was done, because I haven't heard of you. So, like, what kind of music do you produce there,
Uh,
sir?
it's supposed to sound like it's from somewhere else, and it ended up sounding like Juke a lot of the time.
Okay, that sounds pretty swagadelic. I actually pulled up your newest album, just by typing your name into Google and then typing Bandcamp. So,
Juke is
Believe it.
really an interesting development in music.
Dude, fuck yeah. Juke's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I'm fond of it.
I feel sad because like right after or right as I was starting to get into Juke, I fucking broke my phone, so I have to wait and get a replacement. So
Hmm. But like, do you? Well, I actually asked Izome about Juke, and then I gave it to David for the Juke review. So I presume that you know a lot more about it as music than I do.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. I just I kind of blanked out. What?
Oh, I just said that I actually asked you for Juke music because David and I were in a car called the Nissan Juke, and we wanted to put nothing but Juke music, and I asked you about the music, so I presume that you know a lot more about Juke than we do.
Oh, I I don't know. I mean, I don't. It would seem kind of weird to say that I know a lot about it. I feel like it's not really even like my I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm encroaching on something that is not intended for me because it's like well, it has been a Chicago thing like for so long, and it's a specific culture, and then I'm just you know, like white gentry. I'm not really the I don't know. I'm too socially avoidant to even go to like a concert, let alone like a footwork battle, which is kind of where juke originates and where it has developed.
Well, as of right now, there is and it's not anywhere close to being completed, but there are tracks from Info Junking sitting in the Juke video. So yeah.
Well, I'm making my way into the automotive industry.
Definitely. I'm hoping that it will be entertaining rather for for anyone. Maybe even for you. I might actually be able to entertain you.
Well, you
So
already have. I've seen a lot of your videos, and you're really funny. So,
oh well, thanks. Yeah,
yeah,
I got
one of his best videos is the Mike Brown unboxing that he did.
oh
No.
god.
I don't think I've seen.
There are 3 people in this stream right now, and they're gonna all go investigate, and then they're never gonna come back. And so let's just forget about that. And hey
That
guys,
is the most insensitive thing I have ever recorded.
okay, let me just say before we move on, which definitely shouldn't spend too long in this video. We recorded that video with the intention of making fun of unboxing videos and not Michael Brown. Michael Brown was a tool. We used the tragedy as a tool to illustrate a ridiculous situation in which you'd be unboxing Michael Brown, and I was basically identical. I behaved identically to John Rettinger from Techno Buffalo. No one here knows who that is, but just in defense, um, even when there is a firearm, um, and that was all a character, just as the character in the preview video on the Drywall channel that's saying, "Send me pics of your kid's asshole." I was actually Philip DeFranco. That was the character at the time. But
I was
I got
gonna show my mom that when I told her I was going on a podcast, and I'm glad I didn't because I forgot about that part.
yeah. I made quite
My
quite
mom's
a
a
lot of people
pastor.
angry. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like though it hasn't been that long, and I don't want to talk about myself anymore. I'm sorry. It's been enough on this podcast, but I feel like more or less over the edgy stage, and more moving toward car reviews. So just car reviews with edgy jokes in them, actually.
I'm glad that like we didn't record what I wanted to do for the Michael Brown unboxing
It would have
video.
been terrifying, to be honest. It would
Yeah.
have, but it would have been a lot more entertaining, but it would have been terrifying. But suffice it to say, um, yeah. So, do you guys want to do some of the scheduled stuff now? You want to take a break from interviewing, or
What do you have
whatever.
scheduled?
well, if you're willing to take a break, I was going to have you, Kale, do your petty chatter segment since you came in.
Okay. What is entailed in that?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna send you the fucking show notes, dude.
Swag.
Next subject is us theory crafting how many crosses Vocal Heaven has in his house.
Oh my god.
Dude, I mean, we could do that, but not while we have celebrities here. Instead, I want to hear about.
Wait, Yazome, have you seen Vocal Heaven?
I don't think so.
Oh man.
This is an internet
Dude.
joke that this is like the first internet joke that I truly discovered. I discovered Vocal Heaven, and I'm proud of it. And I'm yeah, the viewer count's gone down. They went and investigated. But so I've seen Vocal Heaven, or I discovered Vocal Heaven, and I'm proud of it, and I'm gonna shut up now. But basically, yeah, Caleb, or Kale rather, Kale.
Kale.
Petty chatter entails. So this is what you've done to me without the having your name be different than what I have. But anyway, so what petty chatter entails? What have you been doing lately?
Okay. So recently started going back to school again. I hate it. I'm tired every single day. I don't sleep well, and I'm late for like every single class. I like some of the projects that I'm doing right now in packaging design. That being said, I went after my biology lab today to go do a logo on it, and I showed up and fell asleep. so, yeah. Other than that, I'm slowly going insane, and I desperately need alcohol. So,
Well, given that you've made it this far, because I know you also had a ridiculously insane, maybe even more insane schedule when you were in high school, where you were working like 2 jobs and going to high school and in band.
no. I think I only had one job.
Well, you still, compared to me, you had an insane schedule.
Yeah,
And
now I have 2 jobs, and I'm going to college. So,
yeah, well, they say that work pays off. So, in 20 years, I'm still going to be hosting Drycast with four viewers, and you will be Steve Jobs.
I no, I hope I'm not Steve Jobs, because then he gets cancer and then he dies. I hope I'm Bill Gates minus the social justice side. I hope I'm just like really really rich and just like kind of an asshole, but I'm like kind of fun to be around,
Okay.
like I am now.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I'm about to make a confession. I actually kind of like Bill Gates's activism because his ideas are
I mean, I'm
actually
sure
kind of
they're.
intelligent.
I mean, I'm sure they are. I just see like a fucking shitload of them on my Facebook because I liked his page or whatever, and I'm like, okay, Bill Gates, we all understand that you're doing great things. Please shut the fuck up and do them.
No,
Like,
no,
God.
that's like putting your hand in a stove and like a burning,
And
I
keeping
know.
it on there.
I know.
Just remember that every time you complain about Bill Gates, you have your hand on the stove and it's on as high as possible because he's paying
I know.
so that you see everything.
Yeah,
And you're like, man, I don't really like this guy.
I should just
God.
I should just delete my fucking Facebook. I don't even use it anymore. It's useless.
No.
Actually, you should unlike Bill Gates, and you should like Jabosi Steve Jobs, and that's a much better page because they don't spell Steve Jobs right, and Jabosi is supposed to be pronounced Jobs, But anyway, it's a Chinese page that posts tech news and uh lots of stock photos of iPhones and stuff. And I laugh every time they post something, and nothing is remotely funny about it. But anyway, I really recommend it.
Okay,
Do you
I'll
like
check it
anime
out.
memes in Thai?
Oh my god.
You know,
Uh,
that's a
I mean,
worthwhile
I
page.
like them. I don't like the page. I haven't liked the page on Facebook, but I do like them. Yes.
It's like I don't watch anime anymore, so like every time I see anime like memes in Thai, it's like hilarious because like sometimes they'll just have like English words like in between like a mess of Thai text, which all looks like ends and M's with like lines.
Yeah, their alphabet is like really weird looking. I like it.
Do you want me to do my whole culturally insensitive joke about Thai? How it's like their entire language is literally just ends. Um,
Pl- Um,
it's broken.
don't.
Hit me.
That's it. Okay, I'm gonna take this
Oh.
opportunity, since we actually have viewers of the live stream, to remind you: drywall.ws, drywall.ws/drycast, hashtag drycast, the fucking chat in YouTube. I'm up there, spamming parking signs. So come hang out with everybody. Of course, we've got How I Beat Shaq, Lil Bow Wow's basketball, and the Corey in the House theme. All have a BPM of 107, and I.
So Syrup's on?
He just went to sleep actually. Oh no, wait, never mind. That
Aw.
was Captain of Shots. I don't know if Syrup's still here. I would guess that he is. But yeah. So just this empire that we have, keep it going. Donate. Drywall.ws. Okay, well, we can knock out our scheduled shit pretty quickly. We have some big news. Okay. So today it's been brought to our attention that Pimp C, the legendary Southern rapper, member of UGK, legend, was thought to be dead, but he's actually alive. Found this out
Again.
today. Yeah, he's alive again. Oddly enough, he hasn't really talked to the media at all. All we know basically is he's resurrected, and now he's working for Motorola to actually revive their brand image, which I can't imagine what his motivations are, but he's Pimp C, he can do whatever he wants. Motorola, I'm guessing we'll see take on a whole new role in the tech industry, definitely. Other cool stuff in the
Well,
news.
Motorola did a good job picking Pimp C to bring back from the dead. I know people talk about bringing Tupac back to life, but if Motorola was going to pick someone, it should have been Pimp C. He was out there with the Motorola, Pimp C of UGK. The only other person they could bring back that would be relevant to the Motorola brand image would be Big Mo.
I've been saying for a long time, whenever religion is brought up, I'm not a Dank Jenkins. I'm not a Charles Dawkins. I'm not a hater. I'm not an anti-theist. The biggest question to me is can we trade Mad Villain for DJ Screw? Can we just do the Abraham thing but actually go through with it? Kill Mad Villain, not Mad Villain, Mad Lib. Let's be more specific. Mad Lib. Can we trade Mad Lib for DJ Screw? So, if you're listening, big guy, we like that very much.
Wait, is that an Abraham and Isaac type situation? Because
Little behind on my theology, but yes.
the trade was they were already going to kill Party A, and then Party B appeared and was killed instead. So I would that
there
mean
was a sacrifice in the Christian Bible. That's the only one that I could think of that came to the top of my head. I've actually read the whole thing. Funny, I went to private school.
Yeah, me too actually, but I
Yeah.
didn't read the whole thing.
Holy shit.
I've read every word, yeah. But anyway, so, yeah, big props, Pimp C. I'm glad he's back. I don't know if he's going to be making music, but Motorola is undoubtedly on the up. If you're not buying into Motorola right now, you need to buy in immediately, because I'm telling you that shit's going big. I'm Jordan Belfort this shit. All right. So anyway,
Okay, but like on the real, every time I think of Motorola, I actually do think of nothing but Big Mo, the Houston rapper on City of Syrup. There's a song and it's got like this like, you know, like Latin theme kind of like beat per minute, and like at one point he just goes Motorola, and it's like Motorola, big face folder, and I'm just like that's all Motorola is to me.
so I just think of sadness and emotional abuse. Okay, so the other thing, major in the news that I wanted to talk about, and we're in our culture segment now. So, you know, everyone knows I'm a hyper capitalist, you know, ruthless, anti-human shitwad. But NASA apparently is trying to reduce its dependency on. None of you guys are going to be interested in this, but fuck it, I'll just do it anyway. I'll try to make it short. NASA's trying to reduce its dependency on Russia by investing with SpaceX, which is Julian Assange's space program, along with Virgin Galactic and Boeing. So trying to keep it in the U.S. there. And I guess no one else noticed this, but the whole point of the space program was to foster international relations. Like, that's basically one of its major goals right now. That's one of the only measurable positive things that come out of it that you can show to taxpayers and be like, yo, this is where your money is going. It's making a real difference. Like, and that's really stupid. That is the wrong direction. I'm saying this as someone who believes in privatize everything, right? But if you're going to play the game, that's completely the wrong direction. You know, you've got to face Gene Roddenberry someday in the crypt where we've kept Toby Turner. So I actually put Toby Turner in the crypt before the show.
Oh my god, I haven't heard the name Toby Turner in like 30 years, man.
Sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Okay.
No, you're fine.
So, yeah, NASA, what the fuck? David Blue says this isn't okay. And I know you guys know what I have, or listen to what I have to say. So, last thing in culture, finally, quickly, Marcus Johns just released his first YouTube video. Normally, of course, we wouldn't mention these things. But I like to go over some quotes from the video. These are out of context, but strangely enough, even even in context, they're actually quite, well, hilarious. Hang on, I didn't prepare this. I'm digging through my own Twitter feed.
I didn't realize so many people were watching. Like, I'm looking at all the comments and like seeing people one person I know at least.
We're alive. Okay, so, you know, Marcus, you know, big fan. We talk a lot. I'm always there to support him, and I think I could do a lot for his brand, but, you know, he kind of refuses to contact me back, so. But, big guy, Marcus. One of the most white things I've ever seen, actually, the video, and I did watch the entire thing, and so here's some quotes. Let's go over some quotes. It's not chocolate that's filthy. That's one quote. Here's another one. If I had to live with one flavor forever, and he's talking about ice cream, it would be vanilla, because it's always good. So those within the same 30 seconds of each other. It's not chocolate that's filthy. I maybe no one else, but I was howling, definitely. And Marcus will never hear this. He'll never know. He lives in his innocent world. So, but everyone else, feel free to be entertained by his ignorance. So, anyway, that's enough for culture, I guess. Unless anyone has anything to chime in. Any pro-globalist
Oh,
I think I'm actually gonna head out because I'm falling asleep like
Yeah,
so hard.
that was me.
No, it wasn't. I've been falling asleep like since I joined, so I'm gonna go to bed.
Well, you do have a busy life, so
I have a stupid life. Just come over to my house and shoot me in the face so I don't have to do anything.
remember, no birthday presents. I just want you to, and it doesn't have to be fast. Just stuff for the blog. That's
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
work
what I
on
want.
it today, but then I fell asleep. So
take a picture of a crack in your road and talk about how it represents the human condition. If that's what it's, if that's what you
oh
need
my
to do,
god,
if you need to
dude,
whip up something quick, that's fine.
dude, I can't turn into Banksy though. Don't let me turn into Banksy.
Oh, I forgot about that, dude. All right, go to sleep.
Okay, good night,
Banksy
guys.
writes. Oh, sleep tight.
You
Banksy
too,
official.
Thanks.
Banksy.
That was fucking amazing. All right, I'm leaving that in the Thank you, Kale. We've been blessed. Sorry, I'm boring everyone with my monotone.
I can't believe the last thing I said to Caleb before he left was Banksy official.
And then like just cuts. Okay, yeah. So culture's over. Time for
Culture has been over for centuries.
Well, actually, since 1994, when oh, I can't remember the name. The Zero album.
Look what you did to me.
Smashing Pumpkins.
Is it Look What You Did to Me? Is that the one that came out in 94?
I don't know. If you're talking about the one you listen to all the time, it's Zero versus the World, but the first album I ever heard was Look What You Did to Me.
I've actually moved on. I did listen to I listened to a lot of different albums, believe it or not. Also,
We know.
my mom's a fan of Zero, by the way.
What?
Yeah, she watched one of the YouTube videos that I linked, and then she watched more and was like, "I really like this guy."
Dude, your mom is legit.
Yeah, it's Zero versus the World, the one I'm thinking of, but I think it's actually 98. So 1998 culture ended then. We're always trying to relive that. So, but yeah, she actually just, I mean, it's very hard not to like Zero if you listen to his lyrics. But anyway, enough about Zero. Gender Hell. All right, guys. Gender Hell segment. Do we have any listeners left? Wow, we have more.
I know, what the hell?
Good Lord. So I talked about the space program like in a monotone for 20 minutes and everyone, wow. Oh, nope. There they go. Okay. Let's see here. Gender Hell. I don't know, man. What is Gender Hell? Do we have anything for Gender Hell?
Gender Hell is that recurring segment that nobody wants to address.
Yeah, except me. Well, let's see.
Well, Yazome, what do you think about Gender Hell?
I'm a gender Christian, so I'm not gonna go there when I die.
Okay.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, see, that's the thing about Gender Hell is it always provokes something profound, I think. And see, and you guys, insist that it's a useless segment, but I think it's honestly one of the best that we've had. Plus, I made a commitment very early on. So I don't really feel like word association is within this vibe. Do you guys want to do word association tonight?
I always like that.
Well, dude, if Yuzomi isn't, if you're in it, then fuck. All right, so what we do is I think I'm the only one that's actually played this game, really, because I actually listed a long string of thoughts after the word. But so I pick a random word, I announce it, and then whatever comes to your mind, you say. But we do have to go in order because we can't step over each other. Although it seems better for people to just kind of blurt out whatever they want. So if you guys want to do that, then that's fine. But yeah, so random word, and we blurt out the answers. Not the answers. Fuck, I guess I need more Adderall. blurt out whatever comes to mind. This no filter. If you truly attain that Zen state where you don't have a filter, this is a very telling segment. I know that I've revealed some pretty dark secrets, definitely on Drycast from this segment, and I'm not ashamed of that because you guys are the world to me. So
That's cute. That's probably the nicest, most sincere thing you've said so far.
you know, I'm not sure how sincere it was. Considering that there is no drywall audience, or there is as of right now, and there has never been before. You know, I could say that. Oh, guys, streamers, hope everybody's in the chat. If you're not, if this is, you know, behind a window, go to the YouTube window. It's just to the right of the actual stream and chat with us. I know you have a Google account. I mean, come on. Everybody has a Google account, you know. And we're definitely getting some really cool emojis going on. I see no walking, a parking sign, American flag, Nokia, knife, a fork, some water, up, lots of cools, SOS. Ooh, that's a pretty big deal there. But all right, yeah. So, oh my God, everyone's saying hi, guys. Seriously, thank you for being here. I'm gonna take the time to sift through a cool emoji and give you guys a gift here. Even though
I
it's
mean,
my
most
birthday.
of them, most of the chat is like me in person, but
See, I just got like into the chat because I don't really want to be a part of the text chat thing when I'm already in the podcast.
It is too much, definitely, but we're supposed to be. I mean, we have a whole 5 people watching now, 4, and
I'm one actually, so
As am
it'll be
I.
3.
yeah, I
I'm
am too.
garbage.
Okay,
Got
So there's one
person
person.
watching.
well, thank you for watching. So yeah, listening.
Hello, young rack, out there in TV. Shit. What? Never mind. Cut this from the recording.
There you go. What's up, Oprah? How you doing? So, I think
What?
Oprah is a big drywall fan, honestly.
she's got nothing else better to do with her fucking time.
I bet Oprah would totally dig Drycast.
I think like if we sent Oprah one of our movies, like Yahoo Auction Saline Solution, she would probably love it.
Yeah, that's definitely Oprah's kind of thing.
She
Oh, yeah.
would probably do a whole book review on it and have her club talk about it.
A book review on a movie that's like 20 minutes long.
What if we could get the
It's like
MDE
5.
book? What if
Oh,
we
it's
get
5.
the MDE, the new MDE book into Oprah's book club?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not worth it. I'm not gonna rep MDE anymore. All right.
Oh, the quotation I was going to use sarcastically or something. Hello out there in TV land. I actually remembered it correctly, but I didn't think I did, and I meant computer, not TV. Anyway, still cut that from the recording and this too. Thanks.
All right. You're much more aware than I am. All right. Let's see. So are we ready to do word association? Have we all got it? Are we all good?
Yeah.
All right. The word is oasis.
Guitar.
Oh my God.
E.
Oh, I think the extra level in Final Fantasy 1. You know, the abyss worms.
Flight Simulator is about it for me, man. I'm sorry. All right. Well, I guess I'll go. Less than usual this time. Oh no, BMW dropped. Well, I'm still going. First thing that popped into mind: Facebook and Martha Stewart. Uh, Desperate Housewives. Fake marble countertops. New Balance shoes. So New Balance, Facebook, Martha
What are
Stewart,
we?
Desperate Housewives.
What?
With Oasis, this is what I'm thinking for Oasis.
Oh,
And Kansas City, Missouri.
I just walked in on you saying New Balance, Desperate Housewives in Kansas City, and I'm really curious what the word was.
Oasis.
Oh man.
All right. You want to do another one? Are you guys? I mean, I need to fucking get you guys into cocaine. Well, I should get into cocaine first.
You don't really want to get into cocaine.
Yeah.
No, I do. One of my friends did do it for a while, and he said that it's like it's sort of like Adderall, but it's crazier, and you think a lot more about how much you want more than you do with Adderall. So I'm content with my legal addiction, definitely.
I'm not going to go into this anymore.
Well, Azame, are you
yeah.
up for another word, or do you wanna move on? Because my voice does put people to sleep. So
I'm just gonna mute the chat and put on the cocaine eye doser so I can get more alert. That's
Oh, man.
only the closest thing I have right now.
What was there's some gates to Hades eye dosing thing, and people like, oh.
Oh yeah, I think I have that on my computer. I never listened to that. I don't want to waste my time with something that's supposed to be scary and unpleasant.
Yeah.
If I'm gonna waste my time with that.
I think in like middle school, I read the YouTube comments, and people are like, oh my god, I saw God or something. It's like, I don't want to fuck with that.
My friend found that there is a Jenkum eye doser.
Oh, man.
And, she couldn't find it anywhere online, and I couldn't find it either. That's too bad.
I don't think Jenkins like real.
No, there's no evidence of it being real, so I'm curious.
So it's just like it's like an eye dose, and you just sit there and you just smell shit.
Maybe it was in their fictional drugs collection. They have one from Elder Scrolls too.
Oh, super.
Yeah, that thing.
we're definitely huge Skyrim fans. It's a big part of all of our lives, definitely.
Yeah.
I've definitely installed and played that game.
I remember the day that game came out. I went to math class, and my teacher, who was like one of those like the hip teacher that tries to be cool, and she wrote the arrow in the knee joke on the blackboard, and then she had to explain to everyone what it was.
The day it came out?
Yeah. Like the day it went big on Reddit, like she wrote arrow in the knee, and then there was like somebody in the class who was like a football star, and he was like, "Whoa, Teach, you got an arrow on your knee?"
Jesus Christ. I'm so glad I remember less of high school than you do.
See, I was
Holy
in high
shit.
school. I listened to UGK and Speed Core, and I sat in the back of the class, and I fell asleep.
I slept too.
How could you sleep on the desk? I could never do that. It always hurt my back.
Oh, it hurts everything. I get sleep paralysis. My arm would fall asleep. I drool over the desk. It's sleep paralysis because you kind of like make noise as you come out of it. So, tremble, drool. I didn't get this like every day in school, but it can happen occasionally because I used to go like 3 days without sleep, and I was on Vyvanse then. So
Sorry, what were you on?
Vyvanse at that time. I've been on every ADD drug though. So
Oh,
I've been on Ritalin for a very short time because Ritalin is a fucking hell ride. It's a antiquated, crazy ass drug. It's like Adderall, except all the side effects that aren't supposed to be there are in there in abundance. They are there much more. And I'm talking about my drug use again on Drycast. This is gonna get really old. I'm sorry, folks.
this is the College Dropout Stimulant Abuse Podcast.
What up?
I've never been to a party.
Really?
Yeah.
They're not good actually. I was at some before.
Well, I mean, like I was discussing, like, I'm now able to date. I had a 4 year long relationship just end. So, and I have no idea. I don't know what to do. Because I can just, the thought of it is entertaining, which is why I bring it up. I show up at an EDM thing, which I'm actually planning on doing. And
Those are bad.
oh yeah. Well, I should feel like I should need to understand the youth. I'm about to launch a style and culture blog, so I need to go to an EDM thing. But I'm gonna try to talk to EDM girls, and I'm honestly at a loss for what I would say.
You don't say anything really when you're at an EDM show.
So do they just come up and like grind on you?
Force them to compliment your blazer.
Oh, dude, I can't wear. I hate wearing blazers. Specifically because of the word blazer. No, I do wear them. I'm not exalting. No, dude, seriously, it is totally fine. I need some ridicule.
Because I'd rather wear a garbage bag with garbage in it than a blazer.
Yeah. Okay, so
They-
I'd rather wear a garbage bag.
yeah, well, I had a smoking jacket that was about the same level of cleanliness as a garbage bag, probably, and that's what I wore in high school. I totally forgot about it, and then Kale just sent me a bunch of pics from. God, I said fucking pics. Sent me pictures, photographs, images of myself from high school with these sideburns and this hand-drawn punk
Oh, what?
shirt. Yeah. Everything good?
David, I love your blazer and khakis. So hot.
That's what I was wearing today is not a blazer. It's, I mean, I forget the hierarchy. It's smoking jacket, blazer, sport coat, and then suit jacket. And I'm pretty sure that what I was wearing today actually is technically a suit jacket, but it's not when you're wearing it because it wasn't matched to the suit that it was supposed to be with. I could be wrong about that. I don't know, man. I still have yet to do my research on men's fashion.
Yeah. I'm a little behind on dress clothing.
Essentially, I was a fuckwad, and I'm surprised that I made it through school without getting my ass beat. I think I was just too weird, and people were scared of me in sort of like the skinny little serial killer kind of way. But anyway, so I'm glad that you can hear again. That's good.
Thanks.
I hope we're not dragging this on too long for you.
What?
Do you like need to go anytime soon? Are you feeling the need to escape because the word blazer's been mentioned?
Oh, I have to go to the bathroom. I drank like a gallon or more of water tonight.
I do too, so we could all take a potty break.
All right.
Everybody in the chat, I expect to see emojis when I get back from pissing.
Don't listen to him. You can go to the bathroom too. You don't have to say anything while you're doing
Emojis. All right, I'll
it.
be back.
Toilet emojis.
E.
Oh, my browser just crashed.
Oh shit. Yo, I wanted to ask you if you were gonna be uploading your new album soon.
Oh, it's almost done. If I put like a date on it, I'm never going to reach it. So, uh,
Ain't that the truth?
don't tease me about it, please.
Yo, but like, I actually have to set dates, otherwise, I'm just gonna like sit down and make a bunch of like songs and then just leave the project files for like months.
No, I should probably do that too. It's just like whenever I've given myself a deadline for any creative endeavor, literally anything, I just never reach it, and it's kind of bad. I should probably work on my work ethic, but
But when you have like music that you can make at any time and you can like make a lot of it and select what kind of stuff you can put into an album, I think that would be better than like sitting down and having a project lined out and then making it from there.
yeah. I mean, like after I pretended to work on my Viptronic track for a long time, I kind of like tapered off and actually willing myself to sit down and work. And now I like kind of half-heartedly open up my DAW and fiddle around for a bit, and my brain will say, "Well, I mean, like I'll get tired of working, kind of." And if I kind of string that out, I've gained a self-awareness where if I string that out, I just don't do anything productive and just kind of fuck around.
Do you use Ableton, right?
Yeah, I'm using Ableton now. I just moved out of Reason, which was a really good program. Just Ableton is superior.
I really want to try it, and I've wanted to do that because like I've heard a lot of people could do live shows with Ableton because of reasons.
Yeah.
I
I
don't know.
mean-
It sounds more professional than saying like, yeah, I make my shit on FL Studio.
Yeah, Ableton Live, you can hook up a bunch of like controllers to different like automation knobs and whatnot. So it definitely helps if you're, like making a live mix, which I'm sure there are people alive that are very ingenious. That's not the right word. I'm bad with words, but people who can do that kind of thing in Ableton Live in front of an audience or something.
I just like it would be so cool if you were an electronic musician and you actually made shit, and then you're able to live edit your songs into your other songs, kind of like, I don't know. It'd be a lot cooler than like making a mix out of songs, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot more like rigid because you've already got that project file made.
Oh yeah, in Ableton you can even like open up master and suite, so like you don't lose the kind of sound you have when you export it. Which is I think Izome was complaining about that earlier, how like after exporting a project it would sound different, and I sort of understand that as far as like when I exported in Reason you couldn't do like a lossless thing, of course, but
I don't know. I can't be working on Ruby Falls after I finish this project because I actually want to get back into mixing again, and it's really hard for me to make speedcore right now. But like, yeah, is like when you make like a kick drum or something in Ableton, is it like louder and more like pronounced than it is in like FL Studio?
that's really hard to say because I think Ableton is really dependent on you having samples of things already, and it just offers a little bit more customization on that end. So if it does sound shitty, you can make it not sound shitty. Which in my case, I just have like a bunch of drum machine rips, and I make them clip or sound better. I mean, that being said, I've only published a single track I've made in Ableton so far, just because I've spent most of the last like few months just getting a handle on it.
Oh, was that your Viptronic?
No, that
So
was my last track in Reason. I think, yeah. It was the last track I published.
I've yet to like listen to Viptronic because I don't really know what it is.
I'd have a hard time describing it well enough because a lot of people in the chat, a few of them at least, are contributors in their own way, so.
All right, well,
What?
we're talking about release dates, right? And meeting them. And so
Welcome back, David.
yeah, hello. I should have announced verbally. I guess I peed. So Suburban Anarchy,
Nice.
the second and most recent Drywall album. I set a date and I completed. Actually, I shouldn't say even completed. I really just completely made the last like 3 throwaway tracks like the night before. I think it was the night before the night before. And you can tell, but you know, I still don't regret any of it. Suburban Anarchy it has its place in the Drywall lore. So
I actually made the song Philosophical Party Tunes on the Speed Noise EP in like less than a day.
and it's your radio hit, dude.
I took like
Sorry, stream for eating.
Took like what?
I think you dropped out again.
It's leaving us hanging.
All right, we have to remember the subject he was on.
It took a day.
Some about philosophical party tunes.
We can each remember one word.
When he gets back, I need to tell him something.
My word is it. It took
Dude,
a
I was
day.
seriously about to say that. I was.
Sorry.
I really should just set up a full like podcasting studio, but I cannot bear that thought. I don't know if you can. Like, yeah, I have a podcasting studio in my basement.
Wait, are you actually sitting and eat right now?
No, I
Okay.
gave up Studio Eat because, frankly, I didn't want to move my computer in there. Everything is Studio Eat now, and it really wasn't helping that much. I realized that by the time the podcast actually gets out, it's compressed enough that you really can't hear, and we still sound better than the Smoking Tire podcast. Nobody here listens to that, so. Yeah. Trial.ws. Definitely.
Radio static.
Beep. Well, okay, so I guess we're not doing any more word
it's so much
association?
better to have like dead air on a podcast than it is when you're actually on the radio.
Well, when you're on the radio, you know, there are standards, and you will be killed if you're silent for a certain amount of time. So it's always. Actually, you know what? I could run a radio station that way. Just like
Oh, I've got this really cool story that I just heard the other day.
do it. You're more important than me.
So, I've been like going on the radio every once in a while. Like after work, there's a like graveyard shift, and we just go there and we listen to music. And the DJ there told me this story one time when he was a guest on another show, and they were out taking a smoke break while the radio station was going, and the song ended, and the door doesn't open. You have to like open it from inside. You can't open it from the outside, and they accidentally shut the door. while they were on a smoke break. So for like a whole 30 minutes.
Goodbye.
Oh no.
Anyways, we have to remember the second thing he left off with.
The whole 30 minutes?
And my story got cut off.
The
So
whole
the whole
30
30
minutes?
Yeah, that was the last bit.
Yeah, I just like that story because he was just like saying that he was like locked outside of the radio station and like nothing's going on, and like they had to run around town and like try and like find somebody who also worked there that had a key so that they could get in and continue recording.
So it was 30 minutes of dead air, right?
Yes,
Like what time of the day?
it was like 2, 3 in the morning.
I mean, well, it's community radio. Seriously, I've heard, well, only twice have I heard dead air on the NPR station, but one time it was like 2 hours. But I guess they probably just like had a power outage or something. But I mean, I'm not. I know I just community radio all the time, but I think it's pretty great that we have like a station that's actually interesting to listen to. So I've really gone soft, haven't I? Like fucking Bill Gates, and then saying NASA is a method of international cooperation, and then
I thought that was sarcastic. They're just an unnecessary burden on taxpayers.
no. I mean, okay, so I
They
don't
really are, though.
I don't really believe in taxes, so it would be kind of, it'd be kind of take that into account. But if we're going to operate under the system, that's kind of how I shouldn't get into how government. Okay, one thing.
No, we may be in the same line of thinking, except that I think that NASA is stupid.
And see, that's the reason why you shouldn't have to pay for it. But anyway,
Yeah, it's a load of shit.
I
don't
love
care
it.
about the moon.
I think it's important. I mean, it's important to me, and I would pay for it voluntarily. But since you don't, yeah, okay. Anyway,
But
I'm so
community
sorry.
radio is cool. If you've actually been to a station, it's really well, like it's hard to explain because like a lot of the radio stations around here, they're all just like there's no actual person there. They just like have a lineup, and on the community radio station, they actually have people that are there full time, and it's just like a 2 whole rooms that are like 10 to 15 feet tall, completely filled with vinyl records, and I mean, there's really no other place where you can hear music like that.
We've got a whole 6 people watching the stream now. Oh my god. See, look, everyone wants. They're clamoring to hear my ideas about government. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that my leather jacket was getting me places. Okay. Let's see. In the notes, I don't think we should wait. I don't want to talk about car while we have such an important guest that I'm guessing doesn't care about car. Could be wrong. But
I think we have 2 guests that don't care about this car.
true. And I shouldn't neglect Colin P's fame, definitely.
Or my lack thereof.
Colin P is one of the people who most frequently shows up in who to follow on Twitter for me. Actually,
Well.
so that's quite famous, I think.
Oh shit!
Rare.
You followed me, didn't you? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but I don't. How can I say this? I don't really discriminate in who I follow on Twitter. But I've hit the
No,
cap.
I noticed your ratio. I don't care. Whatever.
Well, I've hit the cap anyway, so I won't be spamming here. But I know certain people definitely that follow me find it as an issue. So
Follow my vapid tweets about nothing.
dude, I need to start vaping, and we'll have so many views if it's the vape cast. You know what? I bet there is a fucking vape podcast. I bet there is a vape cast.
Probably more than one.
Damn it! Oh my god. Okay, too many fucking inside jokes. All right.
That's a joke for the Juke, no, the Evo review.
Yeah. Well, if you want to do more interview stuff, I suppose now would be a good time. Unless you really want to do more word association or yeah.
Need some more podcast games.
We could vape. I have a kombucha bottle I failed to use as a vaporizer, slash makeshift opium pipe a while ago. It's stupid. Anyway,
You know, I am tweaked the fuck out, and I usually don't laugh when I'm tweaking. But when you said we could vape, that was the end. I think that's gonna have to be the first the joke audio in the first part of the bit of the podcast.
uh, okay.
Vape hard.
I'm so
Dude.
proud.
Oh, what?
Vaping is just so. I don't get why it's a thing because, like, I thought like the appeal of smoking was actually feeling the smoke hit your lungs, and when you vape, it's like you're inhaling hot air and exhaling it. So I don't know why people would want to do that.
It's too much fucking work. I mean, you have to charge stuff. Like, you have to charge something in order to smoke. I mean, and it doesn't.
Too complicated.
Yeah, fuck. You have to charge something.
Yeah. It costs money
And
compared to
like
not-
legally, you're treated exactly the same as smokers. So there is
No, that's wrong. I went to Myers the other day, and there was a guy with a tribal tattoo on his neck, and he was vaping in the candy aisle.
oh my god.
In Alaska at work, the guy from jail would vape at work, like inside the stock room and stuff, like this retail store.
Just the word vape, like every time I hear it, it's just. But okay, well I do know that here where we live, I vaping like within the past year. And I know this because I work at a gas station, so I sell this shit. I still don't know what it is. Like I seriously, people are like, so what? I'm just like, no, I don't know what. Just tell me what you want. I don't know. I don't have any idea about this stuff. I'm not very
Smoke
professional.
Newports.
Smoke Newports. That's what I should say every time. I'd be more professional. But in our town, it is treated legally exactly the same way as you're the same, and that opinion is that you are subhuman, and you are an imperfect being with vices, and you should be executed.
Don't you guys still technically live in the Bible Belt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That explains it.
Actually, it's not Bible Belt. It's actually the other way. It's just our town is sort of, well, it's probably more interesting to me than anyone else here, but there's definitely that Bible influence in a lot of things, but most of the decisions are actually pretty, quote, progressive. And so the thing about smoking, God, this is so boring. I'm so sorry, but the thing about smoking is that up until fairly recently, it was a thing that everyone did, and now it's only a thing that working class people do, and
Only the ones with bad decision making skills,
well, like
like
everybody.
me.
I mean,
Yeah.
smoking, and what I don't think that the people in government realize is just how many people smoke. I know that I didn't. I had no idea that so many people smoked. And it's just basically the only reason that it's so persecuted is because it's uncool now. And this is coming from, we're the only city in the United States to, as a city government, declare the age to buy any tobacco product to be 21. This happened on December 16th. They did it with no voter input overnight. So they decided it on like a Tuesday, and at the end, when their session ended that midnight, it went into effect, and we lost, as a convenience store, 30% of our business in that night.
Fucking sucks.
Yeah, and there apparently there are other places in the U.S. that have done that, but they're different forms of government, and they're usually like related to specific areas. Like, no city government has just declared that, but we have also more bike lanes than anywhere else, more miles of bike lane than anywhere else in the Midwest, and we have more hospital beds per capita than anywhere else in the world.
You're not going to need them now that you're becoming smoke free.
Kill me.
That's so,
Where will we sell all of these hospital beds to?
Man, you just made a fucking joke. All right.
No
Sorry.
joke. Must vape.
Sorry, I keep taking over this podcast with things that I've probably already said on it before.
Cue up the microphone so everyone can hear the awful electronic noise my vape thing makes.
They make noise?
I don't know.
No.
I was
I
gonna
thought they
say
did.
like what an awful experience. Like, just fucking smoke a cigarette.
No, I paid $120 for the baseball card in the spokes
Dude,
mod.
this is a great idea. Like smokers, they've got like chewing tobacco, chewing gum. We need to get them in on the vape shit and like sell like baseball cards with it.
Yeah.
EDM, baseball cards, bike spoke, vape tricks.
Did you just say bespoke baseball cards?
Bespoke baseball cards. That would not work. I can tell you that. That'd be like if I just made a card and made up a player. That's what a bespoke baseball card would be. Like if I just made a card that just the name was Piss Ass, and I just wrote random numbers down for the stats, and then I started trading it.
Or like you open a pack of baseball cards and there's just like a Dayton rim with like 30 spokes in it.
Damn.
It's a car. That's a car.
I got that one.
Sweet. Somebody else got that.
That's a D that you throw.
Throw some D's in your baseball cards.
Throw some D's in your deck. Or no, you don't put baseball cards in a deck.
You could put baseball cards in your tire treads.
Yeah.
You put them in your custom vape bondage dungeon in your mom's basement.
Where
Right
you
away.
put out a vaporizer on your lover's naked body. Just hold it up to their nipple and then switch it to off, and they don't feel any pain at all. It's just like the safest pretend bondage ever. Like it's the safest pretend smoking ever.
Yeah, definitely. It's like you can just indulge in. It's like the working class greatest hits. You know, you don't have to take any of the risks. You just get to enjoy a little bit of the experience. But I'm saying,
And it comes with a copy of Pink Floyd Dark Side of the Moon to accompany your purchase.
A copy of a T-shirt, not the and a T-shirt and an album download code, which includes the 3D printer file for another T-shirt in case yours breaks.
You know, speaking of vapes and like car rims, though, one of my like coworkers was like standing around, and he saw that I had a big crit hat on, and I was like, and we were talking about music, and I was like, "Yo, I'm gonna make a slab," and I was talking about this thing. He was like, "What's an 84?" And I was like, "Oh, it's like a car rim, like a Dayton rim," and I had to explain all this shit to someone who should know about it, and then he pulled out a vaporizer.
I asked that question once, but I mean I grew up in a middle class household in this town, so
Gotta look at the picture of the Pokeball vape I put into the chat.
Oh no.
Four
Oh.
four
It looks
fifty
better than mine.
450 drink diesel fuel. That's what I'm saying.
Here's my gamer vape, so everyone around me knows I vape and I play video games.
I think it's a good way to set yourself apart. I mean, have
Good
people
conversation
stand
starter.
apart from you.
I'm like imagining like those kids who play like Pokemon at like the lunch table in high school, and then one of them pulls out a Pokemon vapor and it's got like a green tea flavor or something in it.
Jesus Christ, dude.
And then they walk into Japanese one.
For their third year.
Learning katakana again.
Stands for
Konachi
I'm back.
how. Vape.
Konnichiwa, David.
All right. Well, I just want to say, with this whole thing, I think that with the fantasy, it should really be Toby Turner in the vape bondage crypt. Toby Turner in the vape bondage crypt. I'm gonna ask him if he vapes right now. Oh, dude, this is fucking cool. So, in like 2009, Toby Turner tweeted at me.
What?
Well,
Yeah, he replied to something I said.
wait, is Toby Turner the Minecraft annoying guy? Or
Yeah.
so sorry, is that really vague?
No. That's pretty accurate. I mean, he's the guy. He's one of those people that you remember that weird thing that I was talking about, like how they all talk the same, like Philip.
Oh, yeah.
DeFranco. Yeah, he does that. He's like, oh, sure, good.
Okay, yeah.
I'm so funny. It's Tobuscus, and I just want to tie you up. I hate my mom. It's Tobuscus.
Oh man.
It's just, you know, like, I hate my mom.
I date a 12-year-old who watches his videos and he always shows me that shit. I don't even see. I had to ask the question because I didn't know who that was. I only know the personality, and you did it pretty good.
Tobuscus. See, I wish I could just you know, tweak his little brain to make him just be like, drywall.ws. Vape tricks, drywall.ws. Now. Oh, hey, I thought of something petty. Are any of you affected by the big blizzard?
Not me.
None of us live in the northeast. Northeast, yeah.
I don't know if Detroit was affected at all.
No.
I cut my wrists for the first time today because it didn't come.
Wow. You can use the hashtag then. You can be included in that party. Blizzard thing.
The hashtag?
No, like the hashtag on Twitter, everybody's like not shutting the hell up about the blizzard because they're self-important people that live in New York and they can't shut up about it.
Wasn't it not even hit as hard as predicted, though?
That's what I heard.
I mean, they're just
What are they
honestly,
saying that?
they're just
This blizzard's a ripoff.
they're really just terrified inferior beings that escaped evolution. So, that escaped
God.
natural selection.
God hates the Northeast.
I don't hate the Northeast. I really don't like ignorant people. So, yeah. That's not true, actually. I don't feel any hate. I just pretend to because it increases my entertainment value.
You're sending mixed signals again.
Yeah, well, I'm giving you the persona, and then I'm explaining to you how the persona is not real. So
Thank you.
I try to pretend to, like, seriously, I try to pretend to be mad at people because, like, I have a subconscious pressure to, like, pretend to be angry with people because I don't get pissed at people. So I've pretended to be angry before. Wow. So Kilroy was like, "Whoa, leather jacket?" ? I'm out. I didn't really read that like an English major, but fuck it.
Fair enough.
Everyone's gone because I talked.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go too because I've gotta be at the pet store when it opens tomorrow.
Are you buying a fish?
No, I work there.
Oh,
So I'm gonna help a bunch of old people buy their kids fish. We're gonna buy 20 goldfish and put them in a 10-gallon tank and have them kill each other.
No, Colin's just getting in line for the next fish.
dude, I hear it's gonna be actually really good. Like last one wasn't a good upgrade, but this one is honestly probably one of the best fish to invest in this decade.
The new fish.
I think they improved the AI on this one.
Yeah, the firmware is like very good, and it has like 3 different kind of USB, so you could put it on, like put on the new stuff from almost anything.
Yo,
It's
Ronnie,
got
where am
3
I at on my
terabytes of
contracts?
data. 3 terabytes of data, 20 new vape flavors, the new fish of the year.
Yo, Ronnie. Yo, where am I at on my contract? We up to the upgrade period yet? Tell me, man. Tell me I can get the new fish. I want to get the new fish.
You guys are like making a joke out of it, but to get hired, I had to like memorize every fish in the store. So
I'm just thinking of like an AT&T store, except it's fish. So like you contracted like
Can I-
subsidized fish.
Can I put my data in a different fish? Oh well, there's a.
Can I take the SIM card out of my fish
there's
and put
a
it in?
transfer charge.
There's a deactivation fee for your fish, but yeah, we could see what you want, the guppy. No, this might be good. Just this goldfish is good enough, I guess.
I got
Title-
the track phone fish.
Title for the episode is currently between subsidized fish and Chinese dubstep. I'm trying to decide.
I like that Chinese dubstep one. That made me laugh a lot.
It did me too in person when I mean, when the kid said it, I was high also, I think, because I was at work. Take that out of the final release.
Someone you know was high. Someone who's not you.
You don't have to specify that. You can just say somebody was high.
And that's the
And then I laughed, but whoever that was, I was affected by them. Cut that too.
oh yeah. I walk into my place of employment, large pet store chain. They'll hear this and know I take opiates every morning, so I don't have to suffer through old ladies returning cat litter bins. But
The Petco Drycast Marathon.
the nondescript, a chain pet store podcast.
I wouldn't listen to it, to be honest. I wouldn't.
Neither would I. It'd probably just be a podcast full of like 40-something women complaining about how pit bulls aren't really that bad, and
Where's the new fish?
I don't
Phil
care
Fish.
what anybody says about, oh, pit bulls aren't that bad. When you see a pit bull and it doesn't have a leash on and it's growling at you, it is the scariest thing on planet Earth.
I got tackled by one at the register one time, and it's like they are scary. They're just like muscle-bound freakazoids that are like trapped in the bodies of dogs, and it's really frightening. Don't worry, it's an attack breed. I trained it nice.
I don't think I've ever been scared of a dog, but that's because whenever I'm around dogs, I'm also near a car. And it's really just easy to... And I grew up on a farm, so we had a lot of wild dogs. And you just kind of get in the car, and that seems to really, mess with their heads. I don't really know what to do after that. Like, once you get in the car, you're good. Cars are good for a lot of stuff,
I can imagine.
I can only imagine. Dude, okay, all right. Serious question, interview question. Azome, are you a fan of Mercy Me?
I guess not.
All right. Cool. Well, Colin,
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to leave now?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry,
Is it because I said that?
What?
Is it because I don't like Mercy Me?
Colin P.
No.
Go peep the new Mercy Me. Seriously,
Okay.
go peep the new Mercy Me. Thank you for being on the podcast again.
Yeah.
Come back.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to share discourse with you.
Yeah,
New person.
likewise.
Vanessa Hudgens. Goodbye.
Good night, Earth.
Later, Colin.
All right. Well, Azome, if you want more interview, it's whatever you want to do. I'm down with going for a while.
The more you interview me tonight, the longer it will be before I start to vainly imagine somebody interviewing me. So you could chip years off of my vain imagining tonight.
The more you interview, the more you imagine that you're getting interviewed.
Or no, the more it happens, the less I will the longer it will take me to forget that I'm the way I am, and then the longer it will take before I start thinking it would be cool to be interviewed. I know what I would say, because I've done that a lot in my life, and this is like the first time, I think, or no, this is the second time, and this is the only time verbally, and yeah. Anyway, I'm remembering like, oh yeah, I don't have anything worth saying to say at all. Nice.
I don't know. It's been pretty intriguing so far. Definitely more interesting than me.
I don't really like going and doing like an interview because it's just like really bizarre.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, formal interviews. I know that's what I've been talking about, but like, I think it's necessary for me to have a formal framework because I will obviously talk about myself and stuff, as we've seen. But I mean, in general, I hate formality in podcasts. That's the whole point of a podcast, is that we've got unlimited time and no, sugar daddy. It's me, and I want as much variety on the podcast as possible. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want it to be formal again. That's why I said that so many times. But
I
okay, you are the perfect missing element to this podcast because I forget what it was that you said, but you gave like a one-word answer to something that was very funny. But I'm sure I'll hear it when I'm editing this.
thank you.
All right, well, I'm good. I think a good stopping point for me has always been 3 a.m. our time, which is in another 2.5 hours. I can imagine that would be a really long time for us to continue talking, but that's the nearest limit as far as I'm concerned.
I can't imagine people are still listening. Thank you all very much. Let's do it. Let's keep going and destroy my sleep schedule. No, actually, what 3 hours? No, that wouldn't actually affect my sleep at all. Yeah, let's go.
All right. Well, BMW, do you have anything more that you'd like to ask or talk about?
I'm not really sure. Um,
Actually, hold that thought. Let me split this fucking clip while I'm thinking about it. Just want to make
Welcome
sure.
back.
Thanks. I have info junking just coincidentally opened here.
Oh,
I got it in FLAC, dude.
nice. I didn't even do that.
This is like the first FLAC download that I've ever done, I think. Was all the FLAC I downloaded for the Juke review. I guess that means I'm serious about it. Hopefully that doesn't mean that I'll never come out, because I have a bad habit of never being content with things. So, well, I guess I'm sorry, BMW. I interrupted you, didn't I?
No, I just can't really like think of any questions I could ask or do anything like that, because like I can just hit anyone in this podcast up on Twitter if I wanted to talk to them, you know?
Yeah. Well, just pretend that we're syndicated. But I guess the thing that pops to mind is like Seattle. Like I only know, secondhand what it's like there. But specifically to you, like the Seattle music scene, I don't know, any cool stuff. Like
No.
oh well. But isn't Seattle kind of like a baby Portland in culturally? I mean, like, isn't Seattle kind of coming up to Portland levels, but maybe a little bit more? I don't know. I wanted to say deviant, like less hipster fuck and
Like more actually strange rather than like manufactured strange sort of thing.
yeah, more genuine variety than obsessive self discovery, I guess.
I don't know. I just remembered my friend is in a band and they're in Seattle and I like them. Uh, they're called Health Problems and oh, he just moved back here. So he's good Seattle music. Brugiel. And other than him, I mean I don't actually even live in Seattle. I live in the country. I just say Seattle because it's like a reasonably it's like reasonably close to where I live. So uh I mean I don't know. It doesn't Seattle music generally, I just think of it as being like really emasculated.
Really? That's interesting. Dude, you just keep getting more and more cool. Not in Seattle, but the country outside of Seattle. That's I
Well,
can't I can't I can't touch it, man.
my uh you don't want to touch it? I probably would guess.
Well, I meant more like in terms of cool, but I'm just
But I turned your words around on you.
that's okay, That's good. It's always good. Um Hey, I know nothing about Seattle other than I vaguely remember one totally unrelated thing, which is basically my geography teacher in community college describing Seattle as like the biggest disaster waiting to happen in terms of human loss of life on Earth.
Oh,
But
oh,
I've
because of the city planning.
actually, because of like there's only one, so there's like an imminent um what's the word, it's not volcanic, but let's just say that it's an imminent earthquake, seismic, there we go, imminent seismic
Oh
event.
yeah.
And it's not like gonna be as bad in severity, but there's only like one road out of the area.
Yeah, and it's all built on hills. And yeah, it will be if there's a large disaster, it's gonna be absolutely terrible for everyone in Seattle. Like they can't even handle like snow, like not really crazy snow or anything. It's the fact that everything is built on hills, like, and the infrastructure isn't prepared for anything out of the ordinary at all. It becomes like, um, well, like, I guess it becomes like bobsledding when it snows, except instead of bobsled, it's like school buses and transit buses and stuff.
You know, it really is just tightening the appeal, to be honest. Like, that's, you know,
That's like 3 inches of snow, by the way. I know, like, that's probably nothing at all where you live. I,
actually, we live, um, we haven't gotten a single snow this winter, because we live under the Gulf Stream. Like, the Gulf Stream passes directly over our city,
uh,
and it sort of like produces a protective halo. So a lot of times you'll see like storms, like the worst storms, like come from west to east, split right before they get to the city, and then like go around the city, and then come back together after they get to the east side. So
damn, that's lucky.
yeah, except I love winter weather, but you know I know no one else does, and I'm working on being more petty though, because so I guess this is good. I should let it all out. I should really complain about the weather,
Ugh.
and really because you know I'm going into media, and media depends on an understanding of the audience and producing something that they want to read.
Meaningful content. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be meaningful. It just has to get them to view it so that they can view
Oh,
the
I meant
ads on it.
that's what I meant by meaningful.
You know, there you go. We're on the same page then.
Financially meaningful.
So
It's really cool how there's two types of people when you ask, like, do you like winter weather? There's two types of people. There's either the people who legit like being in the snow and out in the cold, and then there are the people who say that they like the winter so that they have an excuse to bundle up and stay warmer than they were in the summertime.
well, okay. I think that I would fall in the middle, perhaps. The sensation of being dangerously cold is not pleasant to me. It's not that well, actually, I think I do have. Certainly have a greater cold tolerance than my coworkers. Um, but I would always rather be cold than hot, because, and I think what it is because I'm a stimulant addict, and so the summer makes me really slow and like sleepy, and the winter, you know, cold weather, like cold temperatures, your body instinctually is like, it recognizes the danger, and it's like, oh fuck. So, you know, increase awareness. I don't know, it makes me feel like more awake, more alive in the winter generally. um and I also love, you know, the whole winter wonderland thing. I'm totally love that look. I love seeing you know, thick layer of unspoiled snow on the road and then thrashing it in my truck. um I love sliding in the snow. I love um going around and helping people that get stuck in the snow, because I mean, I used to do that. I don't think I'll be doing that anymore, because the last time I did it, I got evangelized to, and I'm actually used to that, but this was particularly disturbing. Um, Bald guy, no eyebrows, Toyota Camry. So that should tell you enough right there.
Ugh.
And yeah, it was terrifying. But I used to go around and like, sort of like, you know, laugh and feel superior when I was pulling people out. I don't know. It's a lot of great. There's no bugs. The air is dry, which I don't know. I just feel like I can breathe better since there's a lot of humidity here in the summer. Um, there's no bugs, which is better for everything. The air is denser, so it's better for your car. I don't know. I just really like cold. I don't like the sensation of being cold, but but I think I can tolerate it more than
I
some
guess
people.
I guess I like when it's brisk or chilly, but a good thing about winter is that it gets dark earlier, so you can take a walk earlier in the day without being seen by other people, which is nice if you don't like to be seen by other people or encounter anyone when you're walking. And if you're self-conscious about smoking, you can do it as early as 5 in the evening, and no one can. Well, at least where I live, it's been well, it's getting lighter now, but during the darkest part of the winter, it would be like really dark by like 5, and so you didn't have to worry about being an eyesore.
That's a good point to make. I like the winter because it's really cold, and I used to do um a lot of like graffiti stuff. So when like nobody's out on the road and it's really cold, you can like go and like paint houses, and like nobody will bother you. It's pretty nice.
I never did anything as exciting as a house, but uh, yeah, I don't know if it's too dark. I couldn't see what I was doing probably.
Yeah, I used to like bring around a backpack, and it would just have like a bunch of cans in it and some flashlights, and I would just go underneath like roads and just like
Take it
put
back to the
put up shit.
concrete streets. Original beats, real live MCs. Playground
David,
tactics and rabbit in a hat tricks. Just that classic. Rapture from Jurassic.
David, drop dead.
Naslamatic, man. Classic. Classic album.
I know that you love making a joke out of Nat Cinematic because you were that one kid in high school who just listened to Nas and was like, dude, this is real hip hop.
I don't think that did I ever say it like that?
Not like that, but I know you were like that.
I wasn't invested enough in hip hop at the time. Like Nas was like Illmatic was the first hip hop that I ever actively listened to, and it fascinated me because just think about my exposure. I didn't have any childhood friends when I grew up, so like you were my first exposure to any hip hop that wasn't just radio hits. And I was like, they use piano? Oh shit. You know, that's it. That's all it takes with me. So, piano goth. Okay, well, I guess if we have nothing else to talk about, I can knock out Car really quick while I'm still awake, if that's cool with you guys.
Hell yeah.
I've already talked with him about Car, but go on.
All right. So, the big auto show happened, and every magazine decided to obsess over the least interesting part of the LA, the least interesting thing that was LA. I almost said LA. It's not that. The least interesting part of the show is actually technically the North American International Audio Show or Auto Show. The NSX. Everybody's acting like it's a new thing. We've known this shape for like 5 years or more now. We've known that it was going to be an electric hybrid, like for at least 2 or 3, I think, if not more. Everyone's freaking out, like, oh my god, it's still not being built yet or sold. Not one has been delivered. I think they're all sold, but it's not been delivered. Everyone's freaking out because they're like, oh my god, it's a hybrid supercar. What other supercars have come out in the development period of the NSX? Yes, I think they were the first ones to really announce it, for it to be known for sure. But the P1 and the LaFerrari and the 918, those have all been delivered. And the NSX is still just getting made. I mean, I'm not saying that, it's not something to pay attention to, but over the new GT, like, I mean, even if the GT is a far off prospect, we've talked about the NSX for way too long, but, I'm not Edward Lowe. Hire me on as a consultant, I know stuff. I wrote yellowed concept pictures. Quick thought. Really tired of seeing old cars, old pictures, over and over again in car magazines that are about the industry currently, in American car magazines at least. No other, I haven't read any foreign magazines, any European magazines that have had this issue at all, but everybody seems to be very obsessed about our past. I get that, we big and bad. We made everybody cry. We made everybody love our ideas too, or pretend to, or get an ICBM in the face. But it's over, and I really think the Impala should die. I really think, and Chevy's done a good job, I think the Mustang should, let the Mustang go. Just let it go. Let the Camaro go. Not the Challenger, because I like the Challenger. That's not fair. Let the Challenger go.
For someone who doesn't know anything about any car at all, please list what makes any of those distinctive, or makes those classifiable as what they are in terms that I can understand.
Currently,
Well,
America is, well, actually in first. So there's the pony car thing started out in the 60s. First the Mustang, then the Camaro, then the Challenger. So Ford Mustang, Chevy Camaro, Dodge Challenger. Pony cars had their day, right? Big engines. They became muscle cars. Pony cars is like a not quite so serious muscle car. A little bit more emphasis on lightness and simplicity than just simply big
What
power.
is a muscle car?
a muscle car is like a cheap, big-bodied car with a really big image that produces a lot of horsepower. It's those cars that can go from 0 miles per hour to like 60 as fast as possible, but when it comes to like turning or just anything, they're miserable to be around.
How muscle cars actually came about was originally manufacturers just started taking the chassis, so all the road parts of just the regular family cars, and putting as big of engines in them as they possibly could. Some cared about lightness. There were some unique ones that cared about weight. Most of them were really heavy, lots of power. It was an age in which cars were much more involved in youth culture it's much more like a sexual sense, really. I like the American love affair with the car. I'm going to throw up. This is what I'm going to throw up. I heard this stuff through my high school, or not my high school, my childhood. I read books instead of having friends, but anyway, it's all well and good. They had their time in the 60s. All of them died off. That's not true. They basically died off. They changed into, they kept using the name for a while. In the 90s, by the 90s, they had become pretty underpowered, underwhelming cars. These names that were originally about being flashy, and a lot of it. Okay, so a lot of the psychology is the underdog here. There's always that American underdog complex where, yeah, my Challenger's just the same car my mom drives us to school in, but we just tuned it ourselves and put a big motor in it, and now it'll beat a Ferrari,
Ferraris fast?
Not all Ferraris, but that was a really Ferrari is known for being fast. It's Italian. Um, yeah, big like
Okay.
all those Italian. They're called supercars. They're cars that are supposed to be very flashy and fast and a lot of other things. But okay, so
It sounds like a joke, like Super Moon or Super Congress or something.
okay, here's another joke word: hypercar. That's a legit word now. It's a
That
legit
sounds
segment.
fun. I would like
They're
to.
they are pretty cool. If I have to say I'm a fan. But okay, anyway, I'll wrap this muscle car thing up without giving an entire American history. The problem is, in 2005, the Mustang came back as part of the retro bent that the world was in, but in the Western world anyway. In that time, they had the PT Cruiser, which is a fuck mobile retro fuck wagon, and like retro movies like fuck brought back Superman, Batman, all these throwbacks to shit. And I mean, like if recycled culture, you could write books about that, but who would want to read them? So 2005, Mustang revitalized its image and came out with a car that would appeal a lot to youth again, and that was their market. And they did it successfully. And I genuinely wanted a Mustang when I was 16. I totally wanted a Mustang, and still using very antiquated chassis. Then the Camaro came. Remember the Transformers movie, the first one, the first Shia LaBeouf movie, the yellow Bumblebee car. That was around the time the Camaro came back. And then the Challenger came back. And we're talking, 40 years later here, recycling dad's car. Dad had a Camaro, a 68 Camaro, and now I've got a 2008 Camaro, instead of, I've got a 2008 Pagani Huayra. That wasn't entirely insightful there, but basically recycling all this old shit and sort of blocking a generation from anything new. And I don't think I'm saying anything profound or insightful really, because I don't think it's like one big problem. I think it's just the baby boomers sort of really thought that their time was great. And so you kind of, you get a lot of kids that are like, that believe in this muscle car thing. Once you go serious tuner, I mean, there aren't very many young muscle car tuners. I mean, culturally anyway, they're still them, but thank God, the younger kids kind of found their thing in imports, and it's very important that they stay around, that be the street racing, because otherwise we'll be driving antiquated pony cars and drowning in American nationalism for the rest of our lives.
I mentioned earlier the whole the race thing with the 370Z that wanted to race me, and I think that the whole pony car thing kind of developed from that. Like when you have an engine that's just really big and there's nothing else to it, it just goes fast in a straight line, and it's really boring. I'm glad that like you said, race people who actually do tuning, they found other cars that are a lot more interesting than giant muscle cars, because I think the only reason why those cars were successful is because they had it had a lot of power to them, and they were really cheap. Because when you go into Europe, you really can't get a car like that, and unless you go on the used market for something.
I mean, at the time, it was very appropriate because handling wasn't. I mean, okay, so I don't know anything about suspension. It's one thing about cars that I'm not very knowledgeable about, but I can tell you that even the most exotic cars in the 60s have the handling characteristics of trucks that like trucks do now. So I think in the 60s, for the baby boomers, that was their thing. I mean, that's like, if a 55-year-old man wants to listen to Dark Side of the Moon over and over again, great. But don't make your kid, don't tell your kid that this is better than his generation's music or whatever. That's basically what's happening here is, the new pony cars are Pink Floyd cover bands, and I mean, it's kind of it's kind of going away, but I mean, you still have shit like American Sniper. Like, Jesus Christ,
What is
But-
that anyway?
dude! If you don't know what it is, seriously,
You're better off.
yeah, like
Alright.
I don't think it'll bring you any enjoyment to know what it is. Okay, here's the.
But like, I don't think that the pony car is really gonna be going away right now, because I know that like there are people that like see it as a safe choice in an automobile. Like I know people who bought pony cars and they don't particularly care for actually getting into like performance car, but it's just kind of like a fun thing to have when you're doing a daily driver. I guess that's the only appeal I see when you're buying like a Mustang that isn't like one of the really crazy ones, or like a Challenger that isn't a Hellcat, or just a black Camaro that you put rims on and weave in and out of traffic with your custom license plate.
Definitely. I think there's some merit in that. The only issue, and this is the reason why I like the Challenger more than the other two, is that now the Mustang and the Camaro, like the Mustang for the first time in 2014, moved away from a live axle suspension setup. Basically, for the first time since they finally said horse and buggy technology, let's let it go. That was like a mark of the Mustang for a long time. And they're turning them into, like, the new Mustang and the new Camaro, they're cars that it's appropriate to review them on their handling. And pony cars, more than muscle cars, have always been the best that America has to offer in terms of handling. I shouldn't say always. They were at the time. They were the most comparable to the exotics, and they were inspired a lot, the pony car specifically, separated from the muscle car, by European exotics. But the Challenger, though, is still heavy. It's like 1,000 pounds more than the other two, I think. It's still about just being gigantic and going fast in a straight line. And you know what? I mean, I don't think I should think it's cool because of what all I've just said. But in reality, I grew up in a very solitary environment, reading books like Best Cars of the 50s. So I see that thing, and I think it is cool in an American Sniper sort of way. So if we ignore the cultural implications and pretend like nothing, like history never happened, totally cool. Would I be comfortable being seen in one? Yeah, probably, actually. But, I wouldn't. I have to definitely write down some self-abusing ground rules. Like, there'd be a list on the steering wheel that says, no matter what you do or where you've been or where you came from, you will always have privilege as a white man. That'd be on that list. You always have privilege as a man. And then it would say slavery was wrong. And I have to recite these things, and then the car would start.
Oh, that's good. Like a breathalyzer. Yeah.
Actually, they're working on breathalyzer immobilizer, like systems in your car that are built into the car where you have to blow into it first in order to start the car, for people who are going through drug court and rehab and that kind of shit. But okay,
Oh,
so
I thought that already existed.
They do. You can, when you if you get to driving under the influence, if you get arrested for that twice, you are forced to have that installed in your car, no matter
oh really?
what.
I thought it was just a new thing, but obviously I'm behind. Look at me. Okay.
Well, I
you
don't
should
want to
get a
mention
few
this, but I do know.
DUIs.
I know some people who have been arrested for driving while intoxicated, and if you do that twice, you have no choice. You have that installed on your car, whether it be a bucket or whether it be like a 7 Series. You are going to have a breathalyzer start in your car.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to depart from cars for just a second because I did do something culturally. I'll come right back. Petty chatter.
God.
I was like, you know what? The interview's on Netflix. I might as well fucking watch it. If I'm going to pretend to be, into culture and style, if I'm going to be the next
Oh man.
Jay Leno of Rolling Stone. That was a horrible. Anyway, I've gotta see this. So I put the interview on. I'm not exaggerating here. I could not pay attention. It was excruciating. The jokes were so bad. That, and I'm not just saying this so people like me. I mean, it was bad. And like 20 minutes into the film, I fell asleep, and I woke up, and Netflix was like, you watched the interview, and it was like, would you recommend it to any of your friends? And I was like, no. I'll never see it because, yeah.
Oh my God! Did you see what I posted like a few days ago?
No, I don't know.
Okay, so I saw this on E40's Twitter account. Apparently, somebody he knows. If you don't know, E40 is a rapper. He retweeted something and it said "trap flicks," and I thought,
Oh yeah, I saw that.
what could this possibly be? But it is a real website, and it's Trap Flicks. That is nothing but independent films about, I presume, selling crack out of an abandoned squat. And I saw that, and like, I was like, oh my God, I need a subscription.
Like, can you just imagine like the generic white girl thing where it's like, I'm curling up with my boyfriend, and we're gonna spend all day eating homemade biscuits and watching trap flicks, because this is a day in. Okay, I think I finished the thing on the muscle cars, I guess. Basically, they're just recycled culture, and I think it would be very beneficial for us to just get baby boomers out of our system and make some new cars, like cool cars that America is producing right now. The SS, which does have a retro name and a retro engine because it's got a Corvette engine, but it's at least an attempt at something new. They took the Impala name off at the last second, so they were listening to me, obviously. Chevy Spark, cute little motorcycle themed subcompact with a really gross face, but at least it's somewhat original. Oh, there's another car that's coming out I can't think of, but really the Impala name just needs to be fucked away. The Camaro name, the Mustang name need to just be left finally to rest, but that's nothing. I'm not saying anything new.
We'll be better off for it, like when Nissan finally drops the Fair Lady line.
Yeah, okay.
Speaking of 370Zs,
like literally the Mustang being made that's like if Nissan still called their Z cars the Fair Lady Z, and if they still like looked vaguely like the originals.
They
like,
do.
Not really, dude. Like an original Datsun.
Oh no, I'm not like saying like that, but they bring the Fair Lady name through the generations since like it started.
Yeah, but they
can't
don't
get rid of it.
They don't, like, Nissan doesn't depend solely on, I guess, I mean, the pony cars don't either, but they really don't depend as much on heritage in the US because, frankly, they don't have as much to sell cars. People who buy Nissans generally don't care about their cars that much. From the people that I know that have bought Nissans, like, it's more that they see a knife they see a car like a pocket knife. They see a knife and they feel pressure to buy a car. Okay, I'm done with the pony car bent.
But you were saying?
Oh, you can edit this shitty joke in later. When you said that SS was a retro name, I was gonna say What's that? Schutzstaffel? Because I don't know about cars, and that Nazi Germany is really old, so that was a joke.
No, definitely. I've always seen that. Yeah, like this is the secret police version. If only they were that cool.
Secret police car.
Yeah,
It's not unmarked. It's really obvious and it has sirens and there's like
You know, my sister was getting her new license plate, and I jokingly said to my mom, "You should give her the SS tag."
wait,
She's driving around.
my audio went up for a minute. Sorry.
Huh?
I didn't hear you for a minute. Like my audio cut out.
Oh, I was just saying that we were getting new license plates for my car, and it was we were choosing the license plates, and I jokingly said like, "Yo, you should give my sister the SS plates." So my sister's driving around in a Mercedes with the SS tag on the back.
Oh.
I'm definitely a big fan of your sister, in that the whole driving extremely powerful cars around all the time thing. That's I mean, she probably has no idea what the history. I'm not saying that she's unintelligent, but I don't think she cares about the history of pony cars. And that's like, so she has like this, she has a pure mind, and she looks at that car and just says, "That's cool. I want to drive that." She doesn't say, "That looks just like my dad's car." I don't know, maybe she does. But
My sister drives like a maniac, kind of like I do too, but she drives pony cars, and I don't think she really likes imports and all that, which is even funnier. She drives like Mercedes and like pony cars, but when I mentioned the Evo and how good it was at being a car, she was like, "Ugh!" Like she just turned her nose up, like, "Why'd you drive the Evo?" And I'm like, that Evo could probably like beat your Mustang that you were driving like last summer. It could beat it any day in a straight line and around corners.
over any ground, yeah. But the thing about those kind of cars is like the Corvette and the Mustang is that um they're like automotive ADD. They're like instant gratification. They're sort of all the things that are supposed to be exciting about cars, and they're just right up there in your face. Big engine, bright color, lots of like lines. I want to say sexy lines, but I can't say that honestly because I've never had the auto journalist association with cars and sex. Like I don't see cars as sexy. I get the evocativeness, I guess, but you know, um, as much as they insist, cars they don't look anything like human females. I think that they might be a little bit blind. Human females are not made out of steel or aluminum. They're made out of different stuff. But anyway, so and I don't want to sound like an elitist, but I think there is no one type of car that is the opposite of that, where like you really really have to dig to find enjoyment. But I mean, coming from my perspective, I grew up loving those big flashy American cars and believing that American cars are the best, and then I realized that there were other things to cars, because if there weren't any, I mean, if that was all there was, I wouldn't be as interested in them as I am. Not even close. But I think they have their virtue in themselves. Like I think that if I could afford to have a C5 Corvette or a C6 Corvette, one of the bad new Corvettes that are just poorly built and have like ridiculous engines and really simple suspension, and that's it, I totally would, because there is virtue in that. But it's sort of like loving someone base. Like one night stand is the Corvette, and like 90 years of marriage is like something like, I don't know, an old Alpha, or that sounds really cliche, but fuck it, a Volvo. You can learn to love a Volvo.
Ugh.
But okay, so anyway, off that bent, two things, less time than that. We have come to agree that modern cars have basically the same level, or it's been theorized. It can't be proven until they have time to wear. But basically, with engineering in 2015, and like 2005 to 2015, 2000, that area, we've reached a point where basically all cars are as reliable as any other. Like reliability and durability are not something that are to be worried about too much anymore, because there's so many parts that are shared, because their brands are all, most of them are totally fake, by the way. It's sort of like movies. They're 50 brands owned by one big conglomerate. But anyway, it's all marketing now, badges. But the significance of that disappearing, I think, is something that has yet to be addressed. I'm not going to do an entire thesis here, but when you don't have to worry about durability and reliability, then your brand loyalty falls off a lot. That's a huge mark of brand loyalty that kept people coming, is people believed that their brand was more reliable than the others. I mean, the Ford acronyms, I hope you guys have never heard this. I'm sorry that I'm doing this to you, but fix or repair daily for Ford, and then it's like Ford and Chevy rivals, and they all would swear that theirs were more reliable, and there was a little bit of merit in that when the engineering was different, when everything wasn't shared. But now we've reached a point where really everybody's the same. I mean, a Fiat 500 is basically as reliable as a Ford F-150. It's got a lot of extra parts and bullshit that'll break, and it's too heavy, and but fundamentally and mechanically, the engineering is just as sound in both of them in terms of reliability and durability. So I think it has the potential to completely flip the market, and I think that's why people aren't talking about it, because all American car magazines read like fucking advertisements, and it's really disgusting. But because it's essentially useless, you could just read, watch the ads. But so anyway, enough on that. Last thing, Jalopnik has this thing, and they have for like 2 years, called Nice Price or Crack Pipe. I think they post it daily. It might be weekly. I don't know. Where they find some sort of car or some used car, and it's like, is this a good deal, or are you insane? But the name, I hope you guys didn't pay somebody to come up with that, because I could come up with a better one for free, like right now. I say that, I can't, like, is this car a good deal? How about the car, they call it that. But Nice Price or Crack Pipe doesn't rhyme, it's not witty, it's simply excruciating. And also,
that is really bad, yes.
Yeah, and Jalopnik has some merit in that it's trying to grow with the rest of media and still be automotive related, but that means there's a lot of painful stuff to see. They also published something on Twitter today, and I probably shouldn't have done it, but their article was like, the owner's manual is useless and is a waste of time and it shouldn't be printed anymore. And I replied to them with like, fuck off, Jalopnik, which probably ruined my chances of a career with Jalopnik. Not that I ever wanted one. I would take it over a gas station, but still I would be making ironic jokes the entire time and wanting to die. But they're right, actually. Owner's manuals are useless. They are a waste of time, at least in the written form. I think cars like Rolls Royces, cars that are built on tradition, should keep them, because it's sort of it's like an accessory, it's like a piece of jewelry, but really nobody looks at an owner's manual. I mean, even I will Google something before I look at like flip through the manual. Especially, like, you can make it digital, you could put it in the infotainment system, but then I guess if the infotainment system stops working. But anyway, Nice Price or Crack Pipe, like, fuck.
It's a really silly thing to do, because people, like, what would you define as a nice price? What would you define as a crack pipe purchase? Like, there are people who go after cars for things such as appearance, whether it be like a slab or like an old car, or and
Um,
you could get that on a good price, or like something else. I don't see why you would call it that when I
I
mean it's their buy.
I should note that in these pieces, Jalopnik never gives a definite answer. That question is actually a prompt for discussion that is had in the comments or on Twitter. So yeah, no, it's not. Basically, that's Jalopnik just asking people what they think. You know, Jalopnik doesn't like sift through the internet and be like, "This is a good buy. This isn't." Actually, some publications do that, but generally they're not doing it with like the intent of selling it, but more here's an example, here's a sample of the market. But yeah, no, Jalopnik, they don't like on active they prompt a question like, look at this crazy shit we found. Um, One more thing, Audi A9, it's coming. I'm so excited for the 9 cars. What's happening? I don't know what's happening.
We've been talking about cars for a long time.
Yeah, no, that's why I was trying to stop.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Uh.
I didn't mean to bore you all to death.
I will say that while you were talking, I Google searched until I found the kind of car I like, 'cause I forgot what it was.
Okay, I'm really curious, actually. I'm more excited to hear this than I have been to hear anyone's favorite car in a long time.
Go on.
The 91 Civic.
Fuck yeah.
I like how it looks. And also Isuzu delivery trucks, or like landscapers use them too. I love those. I get super excited every time I see one.
Yep. I was out flyering today, and I saw a house, and it had 2 gigantic Isuzu trucks in front of it, and it had a closed circuit TV sign in the front, and there were like, and it said closed circuit TV. Everything is being audibly monitored, and there
the
were
van
just
can't
cameras
track
everywhere. And I was like, this is the most paranoid person in the Midwest.
Heaven on earth.
Whoa.
I wonder what they're doing in that house. Wink, wink.
You know, probably missionary sex. Like closest thing to narcotics, alcohol at after 8 p.m. and 1 cup of coffee in the morning. And small engine enthusiast forum browsing. But it could also be hardcore scat drug murder. But I found that like those people are going to be doing those kind of that kind of shit. You're generally a little bit less dumb, a little bit more subtle if you're able to continue. So
I think they have to work their way up. They learn to be subtle with their gateway things. Like if you're getting into scat, you probably don't just try it on the playground at school. Like you don't do hardcore. Hey, Susan, shit in my mouth. Like at
Man,
recess.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
you buy
exactly
an
what I was
Isuzu.
doing. That's what I was doing in elementary school, man. Is that legal to say that? I guess it is.
Wait, what?
I was just kidding. But Isuzu, dude, fuck yeah. 91 Civic, totally appreciate early 90s Hondas. Most Japanese compacts in general, but especially the Hondas. They were actually very BMW like in their styling, like round gauges and sort of square, like just cute stuff.
I've heard Yazome also say that he would buy a Mazda car because they're named after the very first god.
Yeah, Ahura Mazda of the Zoroastrian faith.
I actually did not know that when you said that they were named after like the first like deity, and I
Well,
looked it up and it's actually true.
yeah, at least Mazda means light, and that's where his name is from, and I assume that that's where theirs is from too, unless it was literally from. Were they specifically named after the deity?
Oh yeah, they were.
I don't
Oh,
know like
oh,
for sure, but I am pretty sure that they were. Um, I mean, they're a quirky bunch of folks. They're as quirky as Japanese corporations get. Like, I definitely have a ton of affection for Mazda. They chose Duran Duran to unveil the new Miata, which is it's like their Mustang, I suppose. The Miata is sort of like a symbol for them, and it was a horrible show. Like I listened to it live. It was streamed, and the music was bad. It was bad, and
that's their signature, Duran Duran.
well, their signature. I don't know if I like to think that I've caught some insight on this, but I think that Mazda's thing is like they try really hard and they think they're like, wow, everyone's gonna love this. Like, dude, Duran Duran unveiling the new Miata, they're gonna be
Oh,
fucking
oh,
pumped.
I meant the Duran Duran signature thing is bad music.
Oh, okay. Well,
I don't know anything about Mazda.
they're cute and um fun, and they're out of all of the Asian pedestrian car manufacturers, and by pedestrian I mean like normal stuff, average stuff, Civics, Sonatas. Mazda's generally, not always, but generally their offering is a little bit not quite as practical. So like maybe not quite as much cargo space. Um, it's like they don't quite have the focus in their segment. So they released a crossover, so family car, and they were the only ones in the segment to like mention a lap time. Uh, they were like, wow, like our family car is fucking fast, and it's like, well, can you fold the seats down? Like, I don't remember, but it's fast. Like that's the thing about Mazda is they try really hard and they think that everyone's gonna like it, and there are some people that just eat it up. I mean, I guess I'm pretty close, but usually they're just sort of let down. Like, what? You didn't like Duran Duran? We thought that was gonna be great. Oh well, we'll do better next time, and that's kind of just like Mazda's attitude. If you look at a graph of Honda, Toyota, and Mazda shares like I think it's less than 2% of the total cars sold by Japanese car companies. Like less than 2%. It is staggering to see them on a graph. They're still going though, so I'm glad. I'm very glad.
That's good that they're staying with it.
Yeah.
I mean, sticking with it.
Stick to being a quirk goth. Quirk goth.
I remember those, I think.
Had to tweet it.
Oh, cool.
Dude, please be on our show more. I need these responses to it makes it so much more entertaining when someone's there to say that.
Yo, hold up. K Reno just tweeted about raw milk.
Oh my god. Well, that's not too far off. Like I can see K Reno, but what a weird. I can't place K Reno culturally. Like I it seems like he's too real for the raw milk thing. I mean, raw milk's been around as long as hippies have, but and K Reno.
Actually, it's been around longer than pasteurized milk.
Well, I meant
As long as cows have existed.
I meant as a religious is an object of exaltation
Yeah, I
for
know. I'm
white
just,
culture.
yeah,
Yeah,
I get you.
but it's just basically, you know, uh, K Reno is a hippie.
But K Reno's more than that. K Reno like fulfills a spot that Southern hip hop needs, and that is somebody that like the average person can like relate to, kind of like Zero, but like K Reno has lyricism.
Well, and he also has his topics of discussion are on a much more global socio political scale, and I think that that's going to fulfill a niche. I mean, I'm not definitely technically he's great, but I know that a lot of his well, I shouldn't say just great. Like K Reno, when you first played K Reno for me, I was, to be honest, really bewildered that. Well, I guess the first thought is like, how is this guy not making a shitload of money? Like, how is this guy not known everywhere? You know, um, but even more so than Zero, because just because of sheer skill. Like I thought that fucking the Caleb's and the high school Davids of the world would obsess over K Reno, but I think the problem is that K Reno has also got the religious element, and in that sense, he's more of like I don't want to say Alex Jones direction, because Alex Jones is insane, but it's sort of in a direction that some people would find off-putting, and by some people I mean a lot of people that are in counterculture.
The thing that like really puts K Reno off for most people's rap like radar is that hip hop music has always been about entertainment, and when you listen to a K Reno record, it's it's entertaining, but it's not as entertaining as it could be. Like he's got lyricism where it counts, and he's probably like one of the most talented MCs out there today. But the thing is, people don't look for that when you're looking for an MC. You could say a whole lot of nothing over a beat, and it would sell a lot. The thing is with K Reno is that he just puts like you have to like dissect his verses and let him sit for a while, and not a lot of people like that. But then he'll throw out a song like Grand Deception, which is a gigantic like it's a conspiracy theory song about the Illuminati and government stuff like that, and it's like 7 minutes long. And he does songs like that, and then he also did a song where he basically like dissected who Jesus was and the creation and why all the symbolism that is brought about in the name of Jesus that is actually from different histories, and it's not something that you really want to sit and like jam in your car like Zero is, you know. And then like a lot of his songs are like battle rap where it's just like him showing off his lyrical capabilities against an opponent that isn't really there.
Yeah, I mean that's why I don't own any K Reno music.
That all
Because
sounds appealing.
well, the thing is, it doesn't. I mean, I'm not. I guess I'm not really. Hip hop to me is entertainment. And it's not that it's not entertaining in some way, but it doesn't fit in a place in my life. In the same way that Ruby Falls doesn't. Like, I could sit down and appreciate it, but I rarely sit down and listen to music because that's not professionally where I'm going. I know that. And so, but since you do, but every time I do hear K Reno, it's like, holy shit. But usually when I hear K Reno, I'm in the car and I'm not driving, so I don't have anything better to do than think about his lyrics. And, like, he doesn't fit in my life.
It's kind of sad because I really listen to a lot of hip hop, and I think it's cool when people come up to me and are like, "Yo, I don't really like hip hop," but when I start like hearing the shit you play, it makes me start to appreciate it. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't have time to sit down and listen to what K Reno's saying. I've played like K Reno songs for people, and they just like tune it out because it's just a lot of lyrical content. Like there's a song that he made called "The Sorcerer's Den," where he described yeah, it's this really long song concept about how K Reno goes into a circus and to see in like a like a sideshow magician with a bunch of people, and they get pulled into an alternate dimension in the wizard's mind, and he has to battle the wizard, and it's a really good song in any way possible. And if you sit down, it's just really engrossing as you're like listening to it, just like wow, like this is really awesome. But like when you're like sitting down and you're like playing music, you don't really want to listen to that. You just want to hear like a generic story that you've heard before, like you would get on an E40 album.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in high school, I listened to hip hop a lot for the stories, which is why I listen to East Coast stuff, and that's exactly why I don't listen to anything. Like I don't listen to East Coast stuff at all now, because the only time I listen to hip hop is like for not, it's not to extract a feel good feeling, but it's basically the only hip hop I listen to is Southern stuff. Like, and that's just because I can play it in my executive sedan as I'm wafting around. I listened to the Paranoid tape today in my Jag at a very loud volume right in front of a church, and it was the song, and I had a window down too, and it was the Yeah I Rob song, and
that one.
it's off of a cassette in that car, even in broad daylight. It's pretty eerie. It makes you feel pretty evil, and yeah. So I either do it to DJ Screw, to sort of just cruise in, or a little bit of a toe dip into horrorcore to pretend that I'm bad. Basically, that's it. That's all the hip hop that I listen to anymore.
I only listen to
Rap God.
who? Oh, no. Oh, I do know who Vocal Heaven is, by the way. I looked that up earlier after you mentioned it.
Did you like it?
I liked it in the same way as you guys do.
Yeah, well, we're not allowed to talk about Eminem on this podcast because we've talked about Eminem in like every single Drycast episode.
Oh, we don't have to. That's fine.
Dude, Vocal Heaven needs to be cherished because eventually some unfunny troll is going to find Vocal Heaven, and instead of appreciating him and his art, they're going to just troll him and rip him apart on a actually like constructed level, and we don't want that.
See, that's why we need to take shifts for Vocal Heaven Suicide Watch and just watch his channel for comments and like immediately rebut any negative comments. So
like the Little B Task Force.
Yeah. But for Vocal Heaven. And he can't know.
Oh man. That's intense.
Yeah, well.
Of protecting him, I mean.
What were you gonna say before you mentioned Eminem?
Oh, did I mention Eminem? Actually,
That was me, sorry.
Oh, David mentioned Eminem. You were going on about something else before the Vocal Heaven was brought up.
oh yeah, I was trying to remember if I listened to any hip hop at all, and actually, I guess just this one Japanese girl rapper. I listened to one of her
Which
songs
has a
like
lot of
200
big wave in
times
it.
last month, and I've listened to a little Gucci Mane, and the popular Waka Flocka song lately, and that's all for a long time. I think I'm not a good hip hop fan at all, but it's like one of the only things I will listen to that has lyrics that I can understand at all.
Yeah, you know what? I just realized that hip hop is the only music I listen to that has any vocals anymore.
Yeah, it's a better presentation than singing, kind of.
I remember we got into like a conversation a few months ago with Creek about like rap mixtapes. Did you actually download those?
Oh, Mr. Zone 6?
Yeah, and Pretty Boy Millionaires.
Yeah. I like Mr. Zone 6 more
Then Pretty Boy Millionaires.
so far.
Okay, that's legit, but like Pretty Boy Millionaires has like some of the funniest lines ever uttered in like hip hop history.
Yeah, it's funny. I I think the vocals are mixed too loud or something. I don't know. I really hate when the vocals are too high in the mix.
Understandable. I actually played Cooking Dance, the Little B and Soulja Boy song for some of my coworkers, and they like stopped working because they were laughing so hard at how like Soulja Boy could just explicitly say like, I couldn't think of nothing to rhyme with that, but you can suck my dick 'cause I'm worth 100 stacks.
Yeah, he's good. I like that one. Well, when I say he's good, I mean he's good at that.
It's profound.
Yeah, profoundly something. Yeah. Somewhat, I saw an old friend from high school recently, and somehow he decided, I don't know how it came up at all, but somehow, or for some reason, he asked, what happened to Soldier Boy anyway? And I think he was really surprised that I was able to answer him, like, factually.
Dude, Soulja
Little
Boy makes some of the best vines. It's like all he does is like count money and do drugs. It's like it's amazing actually like how he can keep it up.
That's my immediate thought is when I see those vines, it's just like, where is this coming from? But same thing with Riff Raff. Like, how can you afford this, dude? Like, but anyway, yeah, I think it's really funny that my I was perfectly positioned culturally. We all were to witness Lil B and Soulja Boy, and we were right there. I mean, I was pretty close to the hipster ideal, and we witnessed them become adopted by hipster culture. Like, we were right there when it was a new thing to say, to ironically like, rap, to ironically like Soulja Boy, and
But Little B you should not include with that because Little B people like him because they like him as a person, which is something really cool that's happening in rap right now is that you don't have to be making good music to sell mixtapes. You just have to have a personality. Little B was really the first person to do that, and it took a long time for like Little B's music to grow on me, but like he can actually rap if you give him a chance. Little B has said some like really good bars on some of his songs, and I think that like people who go into Little B, they think like, oh, you see songs like the stuff that he did with Soulja Boy, or like some like the Waka Flocka song he did and all that, and you just easily dismiss Little B. But if you listen to Little B, he takes in a lot of different music. Like you'll hear him talk about like ambient artists, and he doesn't really listen to hip hop. He likes just about everything. It's bizarre actually.
well, which is why I included him in the hip because who are the majority of the people that idolize Lil B? It's all white hipsters, like basically.
Nah, dude. I've seen when I was in like high school, I remember like the only time you would ever hear Little B is like from like black dudes who just like had their smartphone out and they were just like blasting Little B in class, and I was like, hell yeah, like hoop life.
Yeah, but this is 2015, and
2015 hipsters listen to like Run the Jewels. I hate to say it because I love Killer Mike and LP, but like 2015 hipsters eat up Run the Jewels.
look, for better or for worse, not intentionally, I have become an expert on girls that are like 5 years younger than me because
This is creepy.
no, it is creepy. Yeah, I
You can edit that out.
no, I'm not gonna edit it out because it's the truth. I mean, like the majority of my Twitter friends that I regularly interact with are like in high school right now, and I think that's because my sense of humor is still in high school. Um, so I mean, I think I can. It's not really. I don't know whether or not that's relevant or interesting to talk about on a podcast. But anyway, so for whatever reason,
Actually, I probably there's probably about the same age, or no, not so. Well, most people that I'm friends with are younger than me. That's all, I guess.
I mean, like I don't really have many friends that I see in person, but I think it's because I started following Jake on Twitter, and I think he's like 15. I had no idea that he was. I don't really care. Hopefully, not going to be having sex with any of them. That would be that'd be very weird. Don't think those urges aren't there, so we're good there. I think it's just that they're really funny. But anyway, so like I'm thinking off the top of my head, Jake, Nina, and all their Twitter gods. Those are the people that I see, and Nina likes Lil B. Jake is entertained by Lil B, and all of their online friends, which doesn't sound substantial, but it really is. Like they all have that same joke. I'm not saying that I'm an expert in it, but it just seems like all of the. I'm not saying that's like exclusively white hipsters, but I don't know. I see a lot of hipster love for Lil B, definitely. So travel.ws. Yeah, I guess that was a lot to put out there. This is not a secret, though.
I guess the only person I've met who has met Lil B was a grody white guy with long hair who used the deep web to buy drugs. So I don't and like to do fun things that I didn't like to do. If that's a hipster, I'm not sure.
Slipknot.
Oh no, he liked idea and abilities and sex.
Idea
right.
and Abilities is a rap group I have not heard in a long time.
Well, the rapper is good and also dead and also loved by this guy who wanted to be a freestyle or no, he wanted to be into rap battling, I think, and his dad was a famous author. I won't say his name. Anyway, interesting person I randomly met on Facebook and ended up meeting in real life. Very strange life I've led.
Yeah, well, hipster girls shake your ass. And that's not addressed to any of my underage Twitter friends.
That is a Little B song off Evil Flame mixtape.
Yeah.
Cool.
Am I too comfortable with this? I don't know. I have never felt any weirdness, I guess, with my young Twitter friends.
There's nothing weird about it, but when you first said that, I was like, eh. But
Yeah,
I mean, if you're gonna go in and describe all that, then like, yeah, I know a lot of people on Twitter that are younger than me, but I don't particularly care.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why, mostly because I don't know why it is that I just like don't I don't know, interact with people my own age.
Because people like our age go on Facebook and like retweet like clickbait articles, and the people who grew up with Twitter they actually make entertaining stuff on Twitter.
I think that's in general, yeah, I think so. Like that's the problem is like I went and looked through all the people that I went to high school with, and they're so excruciatingly boring, more or less. Not all of them, but most of them. And I mean, I'm not saying that that you know my Twitter friends list are full of I don't know, fuck whoever is culturally relevant, and they're not all Elton John or John Lennon, but they daily tweet entertaining things. So yeah. Sell dope and get high.
My audio shat out again for a minute, so I heard they're not all Elton John or John Lennon. Sell dope and get high.
Yeah. I don't suppose if I started on a rant about John Lennon, I guess that would be
Please.
bad. No one wants to hear that.
Please don't.
Okay, I won't. Drawl.ws.
I was going to say, I think younger netizens are more refreshing people sometimes. I don't know. It seems really funny. I'm like only I forgot how old I am. I'm 24, so it's weird that I would be like, "Oh, it's nice to be around younger people," but like I don't know. They're on a sort of on a different or like attuned to a different rhythm or like on the pulse of something else or whatever. But there's like these really weird kids. I never log on Tumblr because people keep posting anime girls and they make me depressed and angry and sexually frustrated. But there's a weird thing I noticed when I used to go on is like kids who were in like early high school who are like into like just completely absurd humor that I couldn't even follow at all. Like I didn't get any of their jokes. It's just like it was really impressive somehow. Like they were so surreal or so absurd or I don't know. Just weird. They're like 10 years younger than me, but like also their sense of humor is probably more advanced than mine.
Yeah, looking back, right? Looking at them, it's astonishing, but vice versa, that must be pitiful. Oh, well, you know, that sucks. But
Wait, for me?
no, I mean for all of us, if we're assuming that we're in the same boat here, of like it's people that are significantly like younger than us that are saying that are yeah saying the most entertaining things online. Um, our admiration for them must seem like uh I don't know. If they're ahead, then we must be behind, right?
Maybe. They might also be really hard to talk to, because I think one of them, a person like that, liked my music, and he'll just occasionally send me like an extremely short email, and he like doesn't like I don't know, he doesn't hold a conversation at all. He'll ask me like one question, and then I answer it satisfactorily, and then uh there's no more contact for like half a year.
Yeah, I don't know. This is a discussion I thought I would never have, to be honest. Why the youngins are funny and the 20 somethings are not. But
On the bright side, having worked with youngins in a retail setting and in a commercial kitchen, I can say that statistically it seems the average youngin is a piece of shit and not funny or intellectually uh, motivated in any way.
so what we're saying here is that Twitter is the future of intellectualism.
It's at least where the intellectuals are stuck right now, as they, or if I may dare say it, we are all too depressed or crippled by anxiety to do anything else or engage with people in another format.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I've never felt um I do have concerns about my lack of desire to, like socialize, but not in the sense that it's like uh I feel like a hermit. In fact, I think definitely subconsciously a part of me wants to be, you know, that weird intellectual hermit kid. Um and but it's more trying to figure out what motivates me to actually contact people. I love Twitter because I can see everyone's random thoughts and sort of like collect them. So it's sort of like seeing the most essential bits of these people who intellectually I enjoy their quote unquote company without any of the traditions, pleasantries, bullshit. Um, this is really pretentious discussion, but I feel like it actually is sort of relevant uh, for how long Twitter's been around, for how long I've been around on Twitter, for that sort of thing. I mean, I guess it you know, it's the new Pearl Harbor, definitely. The new culturally significant thing.
I like Twitter a lot, but just because it is um, short bursts of thought, and you can like the character limit actually makes you be more creative. So, and since it's so informal, like unless somebody actually like says what their name is, you're not really gonna know who they are. Like if you look at your timeline, it's just like you're getting bombarded by stuff. Whether like on mine, it's just all like rap music and electronic stuff, and then like people who are tweeting and retweeting stuff like consistently. It's just really informal, fast paced, and I think that the youngins have the energy to keep up with that. Whereas it's not necessarily something to. It's not really that important, especially since like Twitter's been around for so long that it's already been replaced and people are going to other websites. But it's still entertaining place to watch.
Yeah, I suppose if I'm to be truly honest, um, on a discourse level, I interact much more with people on Twitter than I do in daily life, and have for a very long time. Um, so I don't know. Maybe that's something I needed to admit. You know, I think that
I
if you're listening, if you've been listening to this long into the podcast, uh, it could seriously be a self help group, and you'd still keep listening. So the only difference is that I don't think I need any help. I'm just self obsessed and
Do it for the gram.
do it for the
Do
ego.
I tweeted at somebody, "Do it for the Vine," and they didn't have a Vine, so they didn't really know what it was, and it brought forth a really funny tweet, and I'm glad that happened.
what
Holy
did they
shit.
say?
Not gonna say that.
Oh,
It was Will Wheaton.
Will Wheaton doesn't know what Vine is, so I told him, like, do it for the Vine.
And he was like, "What on earth is that?" Oh wait, dude, hang on. After all my bloggity adventures, after yeah, I think
After all my bloggity adventures, donate to my Patreon.
my brother made a Patreon. I got mad at him.
What the fuck is that?
PayPal reskinned.
It's like it's like a PayPal and Kickstarter, right? There's like no minimum.
No. Okay, imagine Etsy with all for sale, artsy stuff, but
You're
instead of
trading
like
content.
yes, but you like pay the person to keep doing it.
Keep doing you.
Yeah.
Do you think anyone would pay for me?
Hell no.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm trying.
See, like Patreon works for like serious video projects and like people who do like drawing and painting and stuff because it's just not, it's just something that if you're drawing or painting, you can do it all the time.
Well, it's also something that's to be perceived as value, and I don't think that even Honk, though I would love to make it for entertainment value, it's the only reason you watch Honk is because you want to hear what David Blue has to say about cars, because otherwise, why sit through so much talking? There's compared to a Drive Plus video, Honk is shit. So you have to be obsessed with me. So I have to become people's friends.
Dude, but like the Drive videos are so awful. They like lure you in, and I'm just like seeing all these videos of like, they got like the M3 in the front, and I want to see like, oh, what are they going to talk about this car? And then it's just like an hour long of like old men talking about like buying like Mazdas.
Oh, dude,
like,
that's After Drive. That's a whole different thing, dude. I mean, I should be watching those, but those are more for like, I don't know. Actually, I people who are as obsessed about the industry as they are. No, I mean, I'm talking about like the polished weekly videos that they put up. That's what I'm talking about. No, I mean, After Drive is supposed to be something that's very like you respect the opinion of all those guys. And to be honest, though they kind of seem really, at first like they might seem, I don't know, not worth the attention, I guess, but all of them are very knowledgeable about cars. So, and most are good writers. So, but But I'm just saying, like, okay, something like Top Gear, if I could produce that, you know, I can't see myself heading there, but I love Top Gear because it's an entertaining communication of just the important bits of cars, and that's so. But you know, who wants to hear about how good Top Gear is? All I'm saying is that I've been trying to discern the key to getting in more viewers on drywall content. First thing I figured out: no more Michael Brown unboxing videos, and no more swastikas, maybe.
Believe it or not, when I told you you should separate those channels, you should listen.
I mean, I was aware then, but and I used to worry about that, but I'm just not. Mostly because I feel like if you're so sensitive and ignorant to be upset by something like that, of course, if you're a family member of Michael Brown, hell yeah. Well, actually, the Michael Brown video is kind of an exception. That is genuinely offensive. But something like the preview video, a lot more people were offended by that, and you've got to be really ignorant to be offended by that. So if you're that easily offended, I would rather not work with you anyway, because it's just going to get in the way. So, or, I feel like my only hope at creating good content is not being intentionally edgy, not being intentionally offensive, but getting a like-minded audience really, really excited, because I don't think I'll ever appeal to the general audience without lots of spanking and cuffs and leather and punishment and long hours. And
Is that a mainstream appeal thing, actually?
no, it's a beating me into making mainstream content, I guess. And when I say mainstream, I mean like in the auto journalist sense, stuff that has as little culture in it and as much just feeling, sensation described,
Head
and numbers.
over heart, or heart over head?
I would say
No, I know that was a bad analogy on purpose. Sorry, I thought it was funny.
no. Yes. Again, tweaking, so I don't really laugh too much, but it's more like, well, there's of course different goals for publications, but in order to have a large audience, you have to include as little. You have to be as broad as possible, and it just so happens that something as mechanical and as real as different cars and the sensations they produce puts you in a pretty good spot to say, I could write a review of the Lamborghini Gallardo without mentioning the Holocaust.
I guess you could.
Yeah, I would be capable of that, and
All right, Lamborghini Holocaust.
yeah, and it wouldn't be shit. It wouldn't just be it would still be readable and entertaining. So that's one of the reasons why I so relentlessly pursue this particular industry, is because I think it's the only place where I'd ever be able to have any wiggle room and still make a living as far as writing goes.
Without like sabotaging yourself with trying to be edgy? Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying? That you're inclined to do that?
I guess not inclined. I mean, I think that anymore I don't actively. I mean, I've never actively thought, they're gonna be so pissed. I'm so cool. I'm gonna smoke a cigarette and put on my leather jacket and go be a better human being than everybody. But I like it is entertaining the thought of John Rettinger unboxing Michael Brown. That is a genuinely entertaining thought. I'm not sure if I could dissect the psychology behind it, but um,
I didn't see your video, and I don't know who John Rettinger is.
like really nerdy Techno
See,
Buffalo guy.
I always thought that unboxing videos were really silly because, it's something that if you buy the product, you're going to see all that stuff anyway. And, like it's a really cheap way to get views is if you've got this product and you show it off like a day early, like, oh, this is what you're going to get in the box and all this. And it's all just like this really faked enthusiasm for like an inanimate object. And I thought that it would be funny if the same way that you treat a like the new iPhone or you're unboxing a video game or something, like if you just unboxed a coffin.
Yeah, see the thing you said faked enthusiasm. That's the thing is it's not. The thing about unboxing videos, I mean, if you really wanna, is that it appeals to that very like elemental, modern human thing where just like the excitement of getting a new thing, and they directly capture that and let you live through it. That's I mean I've have I ever watched an unboxing video and felt anything? No, I don't think it was ever really my thing, although I did do unboxing videos. But then I was just having a lot of fun with like imitating the tech guys, and it seemed like a new field, I guess. It was the beginning of Soldier Knows Best and John Rettinger, who none of you guys don't care or know. Don't look it up. But anyway, it's kind of a part of on a company side. Packaging was something like the iPhone. The design, and it's going to sound pretentious, but the experience of opening the package, for some people that is like a genuinely important sensation.
They should change themselves.
I can't say. I
They
think that
should get
I think,
better. Need to stop.
I think there was some of that in me maybe when I was like 10, 12, but it really is, it's sort of that child Christmas tree thing. But I don't know, because I was always excited with what I could do with the product. So, I guess, but I'm just trying to dissect it from my perspective of paying a lot of attention to those people, however long ago it was. And it is genuine enthusiasm. It's not faked. I mean, it might seem ridiculous because, yes, I mean, it is. But there are people that get stuff out of unboxing videos. So I don't think like there's any like, unboxing enthusiasts that like only watch unboxing videos. But I think a lot of people like, and this is sales intuition here, a lot of people see a product, and regardless of if they know it's better or worse than anything else in the range, they just want that product because they want it. And I kind of felt that way about a 911. I've had the 911 for a while, I think, if I'm honest. And so you imagine yourself getting it, and on a primal level, it's definitely materialism, definitely. But I am a materialist, so what can I say?
I am in the sense that I believe the essential nature of the universe is immaterial nature. Also, I just looked up reboxing videos, and I guess that's a thing.
Oh, all right. Well, that's something I'm gonna have to tackle psychologically now.
Reboxing my iPad. This video is unavailable. You need Flash Player to view this video.
So in the same way that unboxing is getting getting the present out of the Christmas tree, reboxing is primally and viscerally reliving or living the process of your parents saying, "Sorry, we actually can't. We have to take this back because we can't afford to give it to you."
I don't know. This guy looks mad. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what it would be. It would be anger and like a reaction to rejection almost.
I'm gonna write a letter to Sony.
But
My
even
headphones were defective.
yeah, but not even in like on that intellectual level. I think it would just be like you fall in love with the product, and then it's not what you want, so you just feel like romantically rejected.
I like how Japan does this. Like you see pictures on the internet of just like Japanese video games, and if they don't like them, they just like perfectly cut it in half with like an X-Acto knife. So there's just like you'll like see a game that's just like critically like acclaimed, but like the fans didn't like it, and you'll just see like it cut perfectly in half, and like the manual is cut perfectly in half, and the box itself is cut perfectly in half, and then they post that on the internet.
It's raw shit, man.
I wish I heard all of that. I was distracted by this guy. He really is mad about the iPad, by the way. But wait, did they cut it in half? They cut games in half with swords?
No, with like X-Acto knives and like stuff like that, they like cut it like perfectly in half. There's this guy I know who uploaded a video of himself with a chainsaw cutting in half a copy of Diablo 3, though, if I can find it on YouTube.
Oh my god.
Now, I can tell you for sure that no one ever did that with Microsoft Flight Simulator in 1995. There was never enough passion inspired in anyone to chop Flight
The
Simulator in
perfect
95.
game in half? No, of
Yeah.
course not. That was a good game. You shouldn't cut that up. I'm trying to remember. I think there was a video of me destroying something. I know that I knew someone who I thought would be mad if they saw it. I can't remember what it was. I know I bought ordered a Third Eye Blind cassette because this guy always listened to them at work. He would always put his iPod on and listen to the same Third Eye Blind songs over and over, and it had Semi-Charmed Kind of Life. Or no, I mean that's the one that he played the most, and so I got that, and my friend was over, and I checked the track listing, and that song was on it, and I threw it into the wall as hard as I could. I'm never gonna listen to it.
I remember seeing you buy like a ridiculous amount of like really weird stuff on eBay. Was that like all kind of like that?
Yeah, there's a lot of really dumb shit. I'm looking at that box right now. I have a Linkin Park, the first Linkin Park album in. Oh no, it's the remix album of the first album, and it's still sealed, and it's the Thai version.
You're holding a holy grail.
Yes, I am. I also have Limp Bizkit's Significant Other, so I have like two relics.
Is it also the Thai version?
I don't think so. I think that one cost more. In that case.
Didn't you also get like Halloween 2 on VHS or something like that?
No, I didn't. I have.
No, wait, Blade 2.
Yeah, I have Blade 2. Dude, that movie scared me. I was drunk and like I took a lot of melatonin sometimes, or like late in 2014 for some reason. I would see how much melatonin I could take and, still function. And so I was really drunk and I took, or not really drunk, but I was drunk and I took way too much melatonin and I was trying to watch, uh, I forget if it was Blade or Blade 2, but like I fell asleep and I woke up during like right as the most violent part was starting, and I was so scared and I didn't know what to do. I was still drunk when I woke up.
Okay, like how much melatonin are we talking about?
Uh, I don't think I ever went up like past like 20 milligrams or wait, no, how much is in one pill? I
Three
I don't remember.
usually, I think.
Yeah, so I never went past like 20.
That is quite a bit. That
Yeah,
is, although
there's
melatonin's kind of, you know.
well, I mean, yeah, it's not like a drug sort of thing. It was just like it's like, whoa, this is not gonna work out for me, is it? And there was this guy on like a DMT forum who said like, oh yeah, I'd like to take like 50 milligrams of melatonin, and it stops making you sleepy after a while, and it's really good for just going to a trance.
What that's actually doing is probably limiting, it's reducing his body's ability to make it, so he probably doesn't feel tired.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a poor idea to mess with that part
Yeah,
of
with
your brain
melatonin
too much.
specifically, like that's yeah. I mean, I have, or at least I had sleep paralysis pretty regularly for a long time, um, and that's comes from a pretty severe imbalance from stimulant abuse. So I would guess that you'd have that and worse if you put that. I mean, that's just a lot, but who am I to judge?
Yeah,
I did a video where I dumped an entire bottle in my mouth, but I didn't, consume it.
of melatonin or
Yeah,
uh oh, but you didn't swallow it.
no. I'm not actually. I'm just here to entertain, not to die.
Yeah, I don't know if you would die, but that is a lot.
I don't. I
Dang,
can
a lot.
almost like certainly say that you wouldn't die. You'd probably shit it out because your body would be like, "What the fuck?" Like, you just all of
Yeah,
a sudden ingest like 2,000 times your natural daily production of a sleep hormone. I'm guessing your body would just be like, I don't even know, dude.
yeah,
I don't know what to
tends
do.
to be what it does with things like that.
Yeah, well, we've definitely, as a podcast, I'll probably end up including most of this because simply editing through a 5 hours of podcast it would take a very long time. So, um, but
Probably would. Yeah.
I think how Drycast has been going down recently is like we start off and I edit the first bits where we're on topic and stuff, and then I sort of just let it go, and as it goes on, and you just stay for as long as you're willing, so um,
Yeah.
I can't imagine anyone ever being fascinated enough with us to make it this long, but hey, if you are,
I don't think anybody has.
well, I meant like in the final episode as opposed to the
Oh,
stream.
oh, right,
Yeah, I
right.
don't think there's anyone left in the stream. I can't say that I would be in the stream or here at all.
I
Actually,
can't say I've ever even listened to a podcast before.
see, and that's what keeps you cool. Don't do it.
I wasn't going to.
Yeah, because podcasting, honestly, it's right there with model railroading as least cool things you can do. Um, like
I think model railroading is kind of cool.
See, like, he thinks model railroading is cool. I think model railroading is cool, and I know, David, you like model railroading.
I know. That's why I'm saying I'm not cool in any way. So I try to no. I was seriously into model railroading, um, definitely, and this and uh, this and Ayn Rand are the topics that I'm going to bring up with the EDM ladies in order to hopefully get the attention of maybe of one. I can't say that I'm honestly hopeful actually.
Are you really gonna go to an EDM thing to try to make a potentially romantic acquaintance?
Not specifically. I at this point in my life, I am much less deliberate, I guess. Um, this wow, we met recently, but I'm divulging some pretty personal details. But whatever, I guess I spent a lot of time going after a specific person, and that was how it worked for a long time. But I think I've grown up enough to experience things, and this might sound like I'm adopting, uh, a lifestyle where I'd be willing to uh, have sex with like I don't know a lot of girls casually, and there's I bet they'd be dirty, to be honest. Like that's the first my biggest worry with EDM girls is will they be clean and will I be able to get the most important thing is will I be able to get whatever they get on me off of me. But in general, I think I'd like to think that it's an entertaining concept for David Blue to walk into an EDM young person interaction in denim on denim and be like hello so do you do your own taxes and and I think it would just be entertaining. I think it's going to be entertaining for me, except I'll more likely just be petrified and shut down because I don't understand youth, and that makes me not well armed to.
I can't imagine why you would want to go to an EDM show, because I literally would never go to an EDM show unless I was DJing it.
I've been to one. I wish I didn't.
Damn.
Again, as long as it all washes out, eventually. As long as I can
There-
get it off me.
I think the girl that I was I don't know. I think she seemed mad that I kept not be. I honestly tried to have a good time and loosen up and dance to it, and I hate it so much. Like, just the music it inspired me to freeze up, not to move. And like all I could even sort of do is like Chicago footwork and like fucking gabber dancing and stuff, like hawking. And so I was like the weird like white dude there and that wasn't a DJ. And yeah, like I kept like trying and trying to get into it, and I'd have like a burst of energy for like 5 seconds and do like something weird, and then like have to stop again because I was too tired and didn't like the music. And then the girl looked like pissed. It was like my friend's cousin too, which made it even weirder. I think I don't know what she wanted, and then I was like really happy to leave, and she was like kind of scowling like, what, you're going? Or it was like, fucking finally. I don't know. It felt it's so ridiculous to think that anyone would want my company, especially in that setting, especially since it's me and they're a human being. I just don't think it makes sense, but I don't know.
It's
I'm just imagining you as the only like person like in the crowd, like people are just like moving away, just like Chicago footwork to like a really obnoxious like dubstep like electro house tune being played.
That's what happened.
That sounds awesome.
It was it was alright. I wish that I suppose it was something better. I don't know. I used to go to like chiptune concerts and I would dance like way too wide and too violently. It was like I didn't know what juke was. I had never heard of it yet, but like my footwork was more complicated than other people's, and I would really bother people. I think like I had a very wide berth when I was there.
I really like going to punk shows and specifically like noise hardcore because when you're in like a grindcore mosh pit, it's just like really contained. But like when you're in like a concert where it's just like you're being barraged by noise and you're just like surrounded by freaks. Like I've seen some shit in like some of the warehouse um like shows just like the main dude just like jumping off stage and like getting covered by a carpet and getting kicked around by punks or just like running against the walls. It's like, but then like you go to an EDM show and it's just I can't imagine it being as like fun as that.
Definitely not. Yeah, it's just like people standing around like I can't even describe their movements. Just like becoming lankier. Like that's the only thing. Like these really awkward teen boys just suddenly their arms get longer and their necks go back further and their heads go further forward and then they're like like gesture towards the door and like they them and their female companions move to the door.
Sweet. I'm like imagining those like like the like air like blow up things that you see in front of like car places where they just like float around the wind, but it's just like that. And it's
Yeah.
just like
I would like to have had those at the thing I went to, which was in Juneau, Alaska, by the way. Which is
Oh fuck. Yeah, during this discussion, a lot of images and sensations came back to me from high school, um, reminding me of uh, of what will probably be there, and it's the smell of cigarettes and cats and like an old hoodie that you haven't washed but you wear every day, and it's like some really shittily designed metal pseudo goth band,
no.
and you drive a Nissan Altima, and it's on one spare wheel, and it has been for all of high school. It's somehow surviving. It's like from a distance you can see that it is totally out of alignment. Uh, and like, oh god.
See, but like when you go to like a concert like that, you don't really see stuff like that. I would just like imagine it would be like obnoxiously colored clothing, teenagers who are obviously on drugs, and then there's that one guy in the corner with the backpack filled with water bottles who's got the Molly, and ridiculous amounts of just awkward movement. And if I ever went into a situation like that, I would just play it like I always do when I'm at a concert. I'm gonna be back at the wall, acting like Slim Thug.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that too if we were talking about like the prime of one of these things, but we're talking about here, So I'm guessing it'll probably be like a quarter of what it would be in a real place.
If we're talking about here, it would be polo jocks. It would be it would still have the obnoxious color, but like you said, like goth shirt and like Nissan Altima, like
Was
that's
that your
probably not
self
gonna be it.
description or?
No.
Oh, so I thought you were talking about yourself going to it and then seeing
No,
that
it
you don't
reminds me
match
of
the.
it reminds me of a certain type of person that goes there. Yeah, that went to high school.
Oh,
I
it's just a bunch of fluorescent clothing and tank tops.
Glow sticks.
I
Oh,
would be
yeah.
impressed. I would be impressed if it being here in such a small place, it's actually a light show. Like I said, I would guess it would be like a quarter of a light show, because that's how it
I
generally
was
works around here.
I was surprised by uh Juneau. I mean Juneau's a terribly small and isolated place.
God,
I bet.
I want to go to a Juno rave, like,
Nah, you don't. You don't.
but
Someone almost started a fight with me actually there.
that's why you open carry to a rave, dude.
I wish I had.
I don't.
Uh,
That would not. That's not. That was a joke. That's a bad idea.
I know I didn't even have a weapon at that point, so I couldn't. That makes it sound like I do now. Or well, I bought a switchblade on Amazon and I've been too scared to take it outside
That's,
because
dude, you are so much cooler than me. Holy
it's
shit.
different. It's because I'm afraid of getting mugged. But then like, it's more likely that a cop would stop me without any reason and be like, "Hey, where you going? It's like 8 o'clock, you fucker. What are you
And then you
doing?"
stab him in the throat.
No, then he searches me because I don't have the presence of mind to say, officer, according to some law, you need a warrant to do this.
Officer, Infowars.com.
Yeah, that'll teach him.
Dude, I'm using you as the mark of cool.
That's a
No.
terribly low mark.
No, you see, it's not. It may not seem like the mark of cool now, but it is the mark of cool in the future.
When I'm 50, I'll look back at myself wasting my young adulthood and say, cool.
All right, seriously. Okay, think Van Halen, the Van Halen guy. All right, his, he had a first name like Van, right? And
What?
that's no good. But just think of like the Van Halen guy. I bet he thought that he was, you know, um, an outcast.
Talented.
An outcast. I mean, no, early musicians never think they're talented when they first start. Um, but
I
then,
did. Now I don't.
well, you'll come back around, because what I'm trying to say is that you are going to be Van Halen one day.
That's horrible.
You're gonna be.
Dub a Ruby Falls album over one of mine tapes.
Well, you see,
I'll put out a CDRW and you can burn it onto that.
Dude, yeah. You know what I love about cassette tapes? If you can just dub shit over it with some like tape, and you can't really do that with a CD.
Yeah, I'm afraid of accidentally hitting record while I'm listening to this.
Cause like with magnetic tape, I remember I went to a yard sale and I bought a VHS tape, and it was unmarked. On the side it said like Bible like church recording, and I thought like, oh, this would be good sample material. It like cut out into like a basketball game like halfway through, and then it like cut into something else, and you can like actually cut the magnetic tape and like stitch it together. It's really awesome. But anyway,
Yeah, I've been thinking about dubbing onto other tapes or like uh doing like video stuff on the computer and then feeding it into my VCR, but doing it onto stuff that already has other video on it to see like where it if you just like keep hitting stop and record, it might kind of fade in and out weirdly. I'm not sure. I haven't gotten it to work yet.
I used to do this in high school, and some guy contacted me. Actually, wants me to do a music video like this. But a really cool thing you can do with VHS tapes is if you have a screwdriver, you can take it apart, and you can, if so long as you know like which side is up, you can actually cut the tape with scissors and like glue them together, or like tape them and scratch the actual tape itself. And also a really cool effect is if you throw it in the microwave for a few seconds, everything gets really fuzzy and like melts.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I would be really interested in seeing a video, like if you chopped it up in like Sony Vegas and then fed it through your VCR and then like edited it like that. It would be really awesome.
Yeah, that's probably what I would do. Like my weird half-assed animation sort of thing, which is just like still images with a lot of automated effects on them.
I was gonna say something, but then I immediately forgot.
Oh.
I do remember that like the only music video of yours I saw was the one that's like really bright pink and it looks like there's some person hanging from a tree.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the only like full one that I've done.
Are you working on another one?
No, I've been messing around. Like whenever I put like pictures on Tumblr or Twitter, that are like, well, whatever, or like the album art I do also, like that's all done in Sony Vegas because I don't know how to use GIMP or Photoshop. So I've sort of been making videos that just look like that. Like, I guess imagine one of the pictures I post turning into another one. Like that's what the video ends up looking like.
It's weird that you say that you edit your cover art in Sony Vegas because David edits this podcast in Sony Vegas, and that's like pure audio.
Huh. Yeah, I have a friend who he makes music in Vegas, which is kind of a weird software choice as well.
I mean, Vegas. The thing about it is, it's actually a pretty good platform for audio. Uh, because like nowadays, movie audio is way more picked over and obsessed over than anything but music. So for a podcast, it's definitely okay. I can see it working out for music. Um,
Yeah, it's difficult without having any BPM or that sort of thing. But I guess he just does it by ear, which is interesting.
You don't really need to have BPM. Like I don't know. I've noticed that if you're trying to like say you're mixing or you're playing like live like bands like a soul band 45 or something like that, it doesn't have a set BPM until you actually loop it, and you can actually get the time signatures because a drummer they keep beat but it's not consistent. Like a drum machine. So like you don't really need to have a BPM to make music on Sony Vegas, I guess.
Yeah, well, his thing is that uh, I guess what is, oh, it's like dubbing drums over existing songs, which are mostly electronic. So it's just, like beat matching in Vegas is basically what he's doing, which is the thing that's really weird to me because he just does it by pitch shifting until he gets the things to be the right speed, which I would
yeah,
never have the patience to do.
That does sound unnecessarily tedious, but that's coming from someone who I work with audio basically in every single way except for composition. Really, like I never, you know, I even drywall is not really composed at all. So I never have to worry about timing or beat matching or anything. I've never ever done that.
Never worry about beat matching ever unless you're a nerd like me and have to sit down and listen to records like multiple times and you sit and you tap and you get the BPMs and you log it so that you can use that information later. Because it's like nobody cares if fucking dog pound respect is 96 BPM. You just looked over at a record over there. Like nobody gives a shit.
Or if I'm the guy who's in charge of getting Dark Side of the Moon out on Super Audio CD. Yeah.
Congratulations on the new job.
That would be funny. Be funny.
If you weren't tweaking.
No, I mean like that would be a funny thing.
Oh,
to do.
sorry. I thought you were saying I would like that joke under other circumstances.
You know, I've probably learned not to laugh because my laugh is actually frightening people. It actually frightens Colin P. So, yeah, I can't imagine it's very fun to listen to in a podcast. It's sort of like it's a hissing, really. It's like a hissing until I like really chuck it up and laugh. So I probably like try not to laugh subconsciously now. I don't know.
Just like start doing a Slim Thug laugh, just ha.
It's just, yeah, I mean, I'm basically there. Anytime someone says a joke at work, I don't really feel anything, so I'm just like, ah. Like that's seriously. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like, you know, what did the cat do in the yard? You know, it felined in the grass, and it's like you know,
Help me.
it's a simple it's really an expression of pain more than a release of joy, definitely.
There was a guy I knew who, I guess people said that we looked alike, which is weird. I don't think we did, but he was. There were all these like weird similarities between us, and then I ended up like stealing his laugh, kind of. For some reason, I've always, or not always, but often in life, I've had a laugh that I can recognize as being someone else's laugh first, but the one from him is like, and it's just this nervous, like, serial killer caught it, or not serial killer, they're too confident, I think. Like a person who is like on ecstasy and is like being talked to by a cop for a traffic violation. It's like, do you know you were going 130 in like a school zone? Like, like that sort of a thing. I can't even do it right now on command, I guess. But I started doing that like every time that I didn't think something was funny, but I knew it was supposed to be. And like now I've started also doing it when I think things are funny sometimes. So it's not really a good barometer anymore. But yeah. Anyway.
Just resort to screaming. There you
go. That would work too. I forget where I was even going with that. I think there was a conclusion to that, but I forget.
Yeah.
LOL.
Well, I mean, I feel like we should probably think about closing the podcast soon. We're 5 hours in, so.
Holy shit! Really?
Yeah. Well, we've been live for 5 hours 10 minutes, so we've probably just a little under 5 hours in of recording, I would guess. Yeah.
I guess that's a wrap.
Well, okay. I'll do my ending bit. Hang on here. I'll take just a second. Do you want to promote yourself, or do you want me to just include all the links in the description?
Oh, well, first, in answer to the first question I was asked about my drum machine, forgot to ever answer that.
Oh shit.
I can now.
Yes.
Please do.
How's that for a wrap up? It was there's this guy who lived around where I do, and he would play concerts, and I thought he was really cool. I like idolized him, and he did breakcore with a drum machine, and I didn't even realize that that was a ridiculous thing, like that it was difficult to do compared to doing it with a computer. So I was like, anyway, I really liked his music, and then he put it up for sale because it started to malfunction a bit, and he could no longer use it for concerts, and so my parents bought it for me when I was graduating high school slash turning 18, and I was very, very, very slow learner with it, but eventually I got to the point where I can say I'm pretty good with it, and that was like 2008, so it's been like 7 years, and I can finally say, well, I mean, like, I could also say it a year ago. But yeah, it took me like 5 or 6 years to bother getting to the point where I could really say that I was very good with it.
It's like actually cool that you got a real drum machine though, because I don't know a lot of people who actually get drum machines. Usually, like they just emulate it, and if you do that, it's so much easier to just like grab some like a drum break record and chop up the drums there than it is to actually use a machine.
Yeah, they're so expensive, and it's kind of a hassle. Like, I don't know, I have mixed feelings about it. Like, I really like using software now, but I also really like the machine. I don't know. I keep thinking I'm going to use it more for this or that, but I never really do. But once in a while, I pick it up. I have like a couple. Well, yeah, I have like an album done on it. I've just been too lazy to record for a few months.
That's cool. Have you ever thought about like maybe running the like one of the like outputs into like a guitar pedal or something, and like changing the pitch or like adding like effects from there?
Uh, I've thought about that. It would add more hiss probably, but I it has an effects processor built in, and what I would probably be uh I actually like the reverb, or excuse me, not reverb. I like the delay on the drum machine like more than I like any delay VST that I have ever used. But where was I going with that? I can. Fuck, I'm so sleepy. Sorry. I can edit it on the computer, I guess. I'm pretty content with that rather than using a pedal or something. But it also has a lot of effects built into it, like even ones that I would never have any desire to use, even though I like using all kinds of weird effects. Like it outdoes me in like in that, I guess.
There's like there's only so many effects that are actually usable when it comes to stuff like that. I know I used to fuck around with Tractor a lot, which is a like a DJing software, but its main thing was that it was more on the producing side of things, so you don't get like a waveform that's like the two songs that you're playing are on top of each other like in FL Studio, so you got to line up your kicks by ear, and it has a lot of effects, and they're really cool, but it's just like, when are you ever going to use this? And there's like 50 of them, you know?
Yeah, there's like on this one there's a formant thing, so it like makes everything going through it sound like a really crappy vocoder. And there's ring modulator, which is a classic old effect that I've never met anyone who likes or ever wants to use for anything. And the pitch shifter is kind of cool. I really like using pitch shifters. Um, the one I use on the computer, though, I like more because it has like feedback, so you can use it as weird, gross thing. I don't know. I like gross sounds.
When you say gross, do you mean like really muddy, just like really obnoxious sounds, or like
Uh, I don't know, like that pretty much, yeah. Um, or not necessarily obnoxious, but just uh uh sorry, I have something stuck in my eye. Um, I ow. It's fuck. Sorry. Yeah, just sort of like distorted in a different way, or like garbled, like not just the distortion type of distorting, or not what you usually think of, I guess, as distortion in audio, but uh, it's like ruining the sound, making it sound like it is playing on a phone that just got out of the dishwasher or something.
That's awesome. I know I intentionally detune just about everything that I do, whether it be Ruby Falls or whether it be my music. I pretty much like intentionally detune it down or up, or I just don't like keep anything in key. And I think that it sounds really cool because I guess a lot of people like fret about like that kind of thing, but like really, as long as it sounds okay, it doesn't really matter. And I guess adding a lot of distortion to shit sounds kind of cool sometimes.
Yeah, it does. Oh, funnily enough, uh I really I do care a lot about keeping things in key, which is or I mean not so I don't know. That's kind of not quite right. But I mean like I have like at least a quite basic but a pretty solid uh education in music theory and that sort of shit, and like I play piano. That's what I did first before anything else, and even though I try to make really weird sounds, I'm pretty observant of convention.
Strange, especially when you want to make your album sound not of this earth.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, like, harmony is based on mathematics, and math should be true in outer space as well as it is in other realms.
Mm.
I
I
mean, it should be true in space as well as on Earth, I meant, but then I got distracted.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I always see music as something that that I don't know. I just know that whenever I've been making music, it's hard for me to make anything other than speedcore because just like the way that I program drums, it always sounds really heavy and square-like, and it doesn't really work for anything else. But like, I don't know. I found out that like in FL Studio, you can do shit like you can take the beats per minute itself, or you can take the actual like pitch and the panning, and you can manually edit those, and it makes music sound so much more fucked up when you know how to do that.
Yeah, I've done that before with automating the BPM. I wish you could do it on the swing. I don't think that you can. That's one thing that I would like to do. Just make the swing change like at various points.
I've always wanted to do that in FL Studio, but like it limits you to about 180 or so BPM, and then it goes down to 60. And really, when you're making music, sometimes you need to go higher than that. Especially if you're intentionally modifying the BPM like that.
Yeah. Oh wait, you mean that when you automate it, it only lets you go up to 180, or?
Well, I mean, when I make a project in FL Studio, I usually just start out with a 4-to-the-floor kick until I get it how I want it, and then I can edit it from 140 to like 600 or something like that. But when you move the BPM up, you can do like change event based on the last parameter you edited, and from there you can edit it. Like you can go from 60, and then as the song progresses go up to like 160, but the limit is 180 and the bottom is about 60 beats per minute to 20 or so.
Oh,
It's just,
gotcha.
yeah, so you can have like a swinging effect with the BPM, which I did on a few of the songs on Luxury, but it's not a big enough range that it's actually worth fucking around with for speedcore and stuff like that.
Yeah, I see. That makes sense. I uh I shit, I forget now if I forget how slow FL can go. I know one of the songs on my most recent thing was like 34 beats per minute, and I think my drum machine can go down to like 20 or 10 or something.
FL goes down to 20, I'm pretty sure.
All right, that's cool. Yeah, I've been interested in going as slow as possible just to see what I could end up with. Because like as fast as possible is kind of limitless. I mean, technically you could go at least like you could go a million beats a minute. Like I don't think I would, but
You can probably do that, but like when you get that slow, it's like the tones drag on for so long that you forget that it's like even there. It's kind of like the reverse effect of extra tone, where it's so fast that you only hear one tone until it changes slightly, but like it's so slow that it only sounds like it's one tone.
yeah, I'd probably have to do like really fast delay or something on it to make it more rhythmic feeling, even though it's like 10 BPM or something.
It'd be cool if you had like a 10 beat per minute song with like a bunch of like filters on it, and like a ridiculous amount of filters that just like amplified it. Like whatever it was, say it was like, I don't know, like a guitar string being plucked at 9 beat per minute, and then you had it like pan all the way to the left and then just like shift, and like if you're listening to it on really good audio systems, it's just really fucking annoying and slow.
Yeah, I have like some really corny auto pan effects and stuff, and I could just BPM sync them. So it's like, yeah, it's like annoying, like dragging around, sort of like someone, I guess someone with sharp fingernails in a room with a blackboard on every wall, just like slowly walking around, scratching the wall.
Oh, that sounds so awful.
That's the new ASMR or AMS. I don't even remember what it's called. That thing that people like, where you listen to a recording of someone who emphasizes certain sounds and makes clicking noises when they talk, and it's like, yeah, whatever, that therapeutic
Ugh.
thing with people.
Glad I'm not in that crowd. That sounds excruciating.
Yeah, I'm not fond.
There's this sound that I want to use, like from guitar prepping when David and I did a noise split together, and it sounds like the equivalent coming from the guitar of like a muscle tendon being pulled.
Whoa.
It's really fucking harsh. I think it was like my guitar was prepped with nails, a bunch of quarters. There's a fork and a screwdriver, and I was plucking it with like a bullet.
Cool.
It was really fucked up, but yeah, it's really fun when you have like an instrument like a guitar, especially electric, that you can run through pedals and then record that and then bring that into FL Studio and stuff like that.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, sorry. I guess I didn't have anything more
Hi.
to add to that. But yes, I also like modifying something that's already warped, like in the, I guess, warped in like a tactile way or IRL, and then messing with it in the computer.
You should do that kind of prepping stuff with that ukulele.
Oh God, my dad built that, so I'd feel really bad if I messed it up.
Oh,
I always
I-
had this ingenious idea in high school that never came to fruition of hooking up like 50 guitar pickups in a upright piano on the strings, and then running it through a single output and like a guitar amp and distortion, because I feel like
Yeah,
it's basically the equivalent. So
yeah, that would be probably really expensive to build, huh?
yeah, I don't know anything about it's never gonna happen. So
I mean, you'd have to buy a piano first of all.
actually, around here you can get a free piano if you want. I got one when I was in high school, and I carried it around the back of my truck, left it outside in the rain, beat it until it was in pieces, painted it with spray paint. I don't remember what we wrote on there, but it was like cum dumpster and stuff like that. It just basically really, ruined the spirit of that piano. Took out a lot of anger on it before I.
it was it's cool though. We went to this like house, and in the basement it looked like there was a flood recently, and there's just like nothing there. We just pulled this piano out, and the guy was like, "Yeah, we don't want this," and then we just like ripped a leg off it and like smashed the keys until like it fell down. And then we were just like smashing and throwing rocks onto the actual like piano strings. It was quite amazing.
I was imagining you did this in his basement while he was there.
No, we did it actually at a public park while it was in the back of
Yeah.
my truck. But okay, so
Damn.
I'll never forget the look on the man's face. We had gotten the piano in the truck. It was a creepy place. It was a creepy situation. I wanted it to get out of there. Nobody wanted to stay. But we were talking about the piano a little bit. He was like, "What are you going to use it for?" And I didn't tell him the truth. And he was just like, "Well, I'm glad it's going to a good home." And then I started laughing. And I just remember his face in that moment being like, "Oh, like, oh, I see that this might not be totally beneficial to the piano." But I can't imagine that he really cared. But yeah, I got people angry at me that went to my high school. They're like, "Can't believe you did that. You should have just given it to me." And I was like, so I came up with this line, and this was mainly just to be cool, and to really, hook in that hipster adoration, the pretentious adoration. But I was like, when you you get to a point with your instrument when you know it, and you know it enough to destroy it. And that's exactly what Mr. Van Halen did with his guitars on stage, and that was art. So this is art. Fuck off. I don't think I ever actually said that seriously, but I wish I would have. I wish I could go back and do high school all over again, and Never joke.
On that fuck art statement, I'm tired and need to go to sleep, so we should
Yeah,
end this.
okay. I'm going to wrap up the
Yeah, same.
podcast. So, yeah, so thank you for coming on the podcast, of course. I
You're
don't know.
welcome.
I don't know if you ever want to come back and spend an entire evening talking about me.
Wouldn't mind.
Cool. Let's see. So, this is Drycast. This has been episode 8. Yes, 8. Today is now the 28th of January, 2015. Drywall.ws/Drycast, hashtag Drycast, Facebook.com/Children of the Corn 30, our long lost movie that will never. Actually, we just need your support, so just donate a lot of money to Drywall. All the links for everybody will be in the description. Yeah, follow us on Twitter from all those links. I'm Asphalt Apostle on Twitter. Apostle, I don't know what that. Asphalt Apostle. There we go. That's how you pronounce that. Goodbye. Happy Wednesday. Good morning.
Happy Wednesday.
All right. Wow. Well, yeah. Thanks for coming on the show, dude. That
Yeah,
was
no problem.
Yeah. It's been great, definitely.
How long was this? Like 5.5 hours now?
I mean, if you're curious, I can tell you really quick. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I guess I should stop the live stream. Yeah, first Drywall stream back. Actually, second, technically. First day of streaming. Goodbye, you freaks. You streaming freaks.